So that lately has been coming to the front door for me, and they want the chapter to resolve it. But I do contact the land department and the surveyor who had done the work. In the meantime, though, they do look at the chapter to resolve those issues. So again, I just point them in the right direction, and then I just collect information on their names and GPS the home site. Duran mentioned I'm working also on chapter property MOAs for right now. The current ones is Navajo Land Department, Parks and Rec, and Change Labs. So, and also in the meantime, I'm updating MOAs with current Navajo departments that are on chapter property. So I'm visiting trailers here on the chapter campus. When Odo spoke about the American Rescue Plan, which came up about early last week, our assessment came back up. Having not completed it yet, the need to GPS it has been, kind of building itself. So probably next week I can make sure I really try to get that down. You might not see me for a couple of weeks. That's going to be quite a task. So I'll probably need some assistance on that from probably the laborers. If I can get a couple of laborers, 5 would be good, 10 would be better, to GPS all the community members who called in and asked for some type of assistance. Most of it is infrastructure, and we can get that data and compile it. What also attributes with the American Rescue Plan would be the steel distribution building. I did have a meeting with the county grant writer. Thank you, Lena Fowler. She connected me with their grant writer, and we had about a 2-hour meeting, and he gave me a lot of comments. So to update that would be, I think, very crucial, and not just asking the Navajo Nation and applying that to the American Rescue Plan, but some of the other things that would go inside and along with that building to make it more comprehensive. I'm happy to announce that the Planning and Zoning will have 4 members. One of the members decided not to resign, so I'm very happy. Willette Edwards from NTUA will remain on the Planning and Zoning, so we're back up at 3. And later today during the meeting, you guys will be asked to approve Velma Begay for joining the Planning and Zoning Committee. She sat along with you the last term, so she has knowledge and expertise on Tuba City and its broad and diverse issues and its resources. So she'll be very welcome by me, and have a big fry bread and a big can of Coke for her when you guys vote her in. Also, I do want to plan, because there were quite a few members of the community. Is that 5 minutes already? Wow. There were quite a bit of community members from the surrounding areas, Lechi'i, Page, Tonalea, Cameron, who all wanted to be part of the P&Z, who have high expertise in their areas and high education, and they weren't Tuba City voters, but I told them that they could be part of an advisory board to the Planning and Zoning, and they all liked that idea. So the rhetoric will be that I want to go ahead and create an advisory board as soon as possible, as soon as we get our first meeting, and introduce everybody together, show them the direction that the chapter is headed, and accomplish 2 immediate tasks. One is to pass the land use plan and present it to the resource and committee, and also to to go ahead and inform the community right away the plans for the community. Going back to sort of the training that I had with Coconino County, I also had some training done with the nonprofit Change Labs and also with the USDA. And I got some good information. What we're lacking is a cage number, so that's actually in process. So we'll be there very soon, for sure this month. And Duran had mentioned that the cemetery, we did have a little surge in burials this past month, and we did kind of have some issues because of that surge. There was 2 families that lost some family members in a short time, and their request for placement on the burials wasn't really advantageous to how we're trying to keep the cemetery organized. But we worked it out with the family members and with some explanation, and that created some new protocols for us here at the chapter. And it seems to be working out a lot better now. We did have a meeting with the mortuary, and a mortuary has a third party who does the actual pushing the sand back, the covering of the burials. So we had a 3-way meeting, and we came up with the protocols for what we're doing now, and it's working out very well. Last report, I talked about physical addressing. For whatever reason, they kept getting pushed back, and I'm happy to say again that we're going to have another meeting on Friday, and I can update next month on physical addressing for Tuba City. And the Arizona building, yes, we did pass the air quality test, and we did pass the building inspection. So the MOA is the only thing that needs to be done, which is the land department and the chapter coming to terms on an agreement. So it's been pretty busy for me this month, as you can see in the chapter. I know the cameras won't be on it, but they took out my wall, and I had to move out. And actually, I tried to work through it, and the dust kind of came, a good excuse for me to move out of there. I did relocate to the Arizona building for just a day, and the internet wasn't working. The Wi-Fi wasn't reaching out that far, and it was slow, so I moved back into the chapter, into one of the other empty desks. So I reset myself back up. The BIA land relinquishment, I've contacted BIA to give us an assessment of their assessment. The last that we talked last year, the BIA, when we requested a training and a status on the land up on North Main Street, the BIA had told us that they needed to finish an assessment of every property that they were going to put up for relinquishment, and I haven't had any feedback from them yet. So other than that, I am still waiting on a natural gas line update from NTUA and the fiber as well. So the only issue with that is that they did give us a quote, but now we're being asked to fill out some more forms, and we can go 2 ways. One is either going to be going through community development for the fiber here to the chapter, or we can go through the E-rate. So we can pick one of the two. And to try to throw everything together in one, I am trying to continue to coordinate with OEH, NTUA, NHA on infrastructure plans, and that's going to be geared towards the America Rescue Plan. If we have all that data and the maps, that we don't overlap job requests and things like that, that would be good to all be on the same page with those Navajo Nation entities. And this one's a little bit of a passion of mine, which is the bike trails and the walking trails for Tuba City. As we had the presentation earlier about the Bike Repair Expo, I wanted to use that as a springboard to bring the community together, because the community, when I drive around town, when I walk around in the evenings, plenty of people on bikes. And so I've recruited actually some bike riders to assist with that bike repair already. And let's see, and that's about it. The last thing I can bring up is Public Works. The Chapter House Public Works manager is now working with the BIA and awaiting some instructions for the South Side Street sign to be put up. So hopefully that will happen this month. We can get some feedback from the BIA on some instructions. So hopefully, with our fingers crossed, we will have new street signs on the south side. Any questions?
Thank you, Nelson. Planner Council, do you have any questions for Nelson?
Okay, thank you.
No question
God bless
for you.
Tuba City, Loop, Navajo Nation, USA, and the earth.
Thank you, Nelson. We appreciate everything that you're doing for us here. I know you have a lot on your plate, but we are grateful. Mr. Beard, Justice, are you online with us? I think Mr. Beard sent his report to all of us, and we all had a chance to read it. Any questions for him on the written report? If not, then we'll just take that report. Otto, Lucille, are you still online with us? Lucille. Are you online with us? Lucille Cross.
Yes, I'm online.
Okay. Queshi, you can do your report now.
Yeah. Auto, the Western Navajo Farm Board, Auto Tuba City, Auto ECD represents and we're at large. We have Coal Mine, Cameron, and Broadway Gap. Auto, we have Mr. Herbert Zani that just took his oath on the 2nd. So there's 3 of us. We don't have a fourth one. It's up to the people. April 4th, meeting that's for this month or second meeting. I don't know if OTA's still on the line, but we still need that funded. Miss Lois Nasosi, she's our senior farm advisor with the ag part of it. So cultural resource we post our meetings at the post office, texting, Facebook. They call that the so, and then email. So if I have your email, and because a lot of them they farm, supposed to be farming down in Tuba City. Tuba City is Curly Valley. OU, idle forms shouldn't be that, no, that's Oshnash in the OU. Monavi and Vanzi, AGPA, yeah, they're very active. Littlefield and TCL, I don't know which A, they have streams coming, AGPA at the left. I don't, 20 Joniki is a big, so Nick at the left. I don't, Curly Valley, Guyai, I think Miss Rosemary Williams, Eddie at Watermaster, before it was Dwayne Johnson, James Pizza. I call Aja Water, Hanyala, I Mr. Daniel Williams, I thought he comes to calls in to do his report and updates. I call I know that last year the last 4 chapters for grazing officer, you all support them in there. I do if that's the way what we want. We work with Covenant Pathway from Vanderwagen, New Mexico, A composting, cover crop, the no the presentation then they New Mexico Healthy Soil, I call presentation and they so we have 24 gardeners. Joe Kayat and Danisha, Chunda, then the list. 8 of the backyard full compost set up a date in that. And that's where Covenant Pathway came in. They're looking for a nonprofit that could help buy supplies, like just to secure the land. What I mean by securing the land is fencing. Not lost for the I can't let on that. Trouble either get the door, the chamba has ebony, but security at the middle of other box gardening, door, edit and indicate on baby. But so we're kind of waiting for straw bale, don't handle, guess a compost mix it that we're waiting on that, and also pallets too. Miniature hoop house. If you guys gone by my place at Lower Housing, we're trying to add on to there's supposed to be 7 of them going up. Hoop house 30 by 100 on the neck. It's too big. It's on that field and community garden. That's what we're starting on. We had a permitting meeting yesterday, and so to cover the soil, so the soil can yield. So they can't see neither that but this year that they're not and a lot of it is just experimenting too. I don't joint farm board right now we haven't had any pandemic happening. Our last one was in September. A lot of the stuff we haven't passed the as far as farmers, ALUP, probate, transfers, we're still taking those, but a lot of it is just being held up at BIA, category exclusion. Out of the land department, the last time they came on in September, they wanted to get the farm board and grazing to give them access to the permit. least on that was Nishtana. So Jay had art about Nahan never get at the Lehito Kayachio. In the city Aja Bohani Ako ADGA uh what he said was holding things up for him was the NEPA National Environmental Protection Act ADG so ADG ya on kayachadai NEPA on there's ego so donde New Mexico it's like Chaco Canyon da not a bagang factory na kayki age that's a heki issue that's environmental impact statement that nisha auto tally do our tally as farming is crop inventory business for it has to be updated asha aka isani kila hanela watermelon bassin jo a1 ka ADA turn and that goes actually to the console. That's how important this document is. It actually goes to the console. You have the water rights. So on the ending, no, one the other note. If you get your thing, that's so we. I don't think that the legal side of it, people, companies are asking to have our permittees relinquish their land. When they come to our meeting, we tell them that we have to work with our farmers and ranchers. They're overstepping them. You have to have, in grazing, you have to have a 2-year tally. In compliance, you can sign home site lease. You cannot sign it. You can't sign outside of that. By resolution, that's not legal either. So this is all CFR 25. Navajo Mountain, so that's how relevant that is. Ado training, yesterday we did a workshop. I know we're in the orange, but we still practice social distancing. We still have the I call it our safety gear, our gloves, our mask, a double mask. So that's things that are package. So we still have to go out and meet with the people because you phone better than old phone, the ebony just the adults, they didn't take their oath because they didn't have Zoom. So Asia in Habatahachi. Adult home site, GPS grazing, farm board, we do GPS. Grazing, project, no, I don't hit home site last year right in the path of the field of the start the you need to remind these surveyors, the companies, that they need to look within that chapter, that land use plan, that and auto grazing. We have a map. They can go either to BIA or the map within the land late like in Curly Valley, Apahasan and Dusky. So the the other so Ebony not let us know because we're the ones that have to go out there and look at the land and see if it's feasible. A lot of people have moved into our flood zone and Tuba City. Oh, you flood zone. Let out back that is breach the lago ohana tapagan a conde that ya the tion out there so just dynamite hill be got you the 48 acres to the city bond that's on there. So eight of them means so eight a keeping in aya not ka ya just the word to bond that ni ka eight um Arabia eight or eight or listening to it they la the at the idol no so it's not only Curly Valley is not only used by Tuba City, and they are in the majority of the permits are 3-1, the Baka, which is coal mine. Upon the Arik edit the Legi or the or Yuk edit the later. So it's a multicultural the hoping the like edit the le Arot Ahot out Nikiyadat because once we start making boundaries um na etan ta at zo hado shin hep na halo akwa a lehin ta zin do le ay a open go ay at on hit na pa job na az to ato thajo chi ata to hajo hit ta mish e khan ta chuk a irrigation pa na ante e khota e ko ashon ta ani to hakaya ada kholo ko adi shikshne nan jo jato le if you have business down there, yes, we welcome that. We want to be able to utilize all that open land, 147 acres open or you 20 acres go the house so onas uh, let your grazing and farm board know chapter A they do their chapter business BIA to khano presentation there the pandemic no ato other meeting nada is later so ato was on the call it is so other well nini to A to IC ati we really need those wells clean wells siki so ADK we can use the sprinkler system, drop irrigation da nani ko wala kana ba da net TV video ay sa net inzen a konden leda Blue Canyon wash ki to hopi wash so da ne ka ay ala konde ko ki ay di ben da yen da ken so ko ya once a year to ye gon da ko ay yen da ken so sa ta two da na da ken ako aside na share it gives them a good yield. Not even so the hoop house the house yeah we can use that clean water. The other uh nana into you aja lagoon da nini ki ya kat affluent niki hatalin khanas khatne o ad ashebi gahni kit ninde but you can't go into the facility you can't drop a line in there you have to go through the effluent nikit o ni cha grazing seta ha ta shanas kha nde bats nikit o ni o you arsenic do is chain up nikit no opening up be o be ta zid adeya but they need to reduce update their facility and le ya nasan da just shi ada ya to chan to ni ki ha ili to shi ko de istan ye gon khaban sita kes le bash jin da hanni hiki the number 9 niki the yeah this niki it ashan da labels third party label and she like this ako number 4 ki a organic ki a is on the farmers especially the ones that really have health problems ki niche organic no yo elinde so a di ki a yego the nutrient it's z ako ebony na di the naniki you can do your own studies on your ALUP the kha test that soil iki haila pa atan haila bis at the hilcho edi compound that means can onlay that field go. Then we work with Talani Enterprise do camera jo e aji ki ye go hard what ako 8 out nepatanisin. But I want the main thing is that that we farmers want to let the people know is we want them to have control of it, not the companies. Eh, di ke jo ebony na an hi hata pas ye do an hi de no ye jo ta beti ne ako isha e shi a report ole aro shi na haba da has na meeting the first Saturday and Sunday in the aro um permitting meeting deshnini ke e yisi ki permit holders ki to ranchers da AD ki ha ishin ya bahadishne to na the desh kistan zani ki ta ahki ta ADA ad banaho adon here we try to bring prisoners and to answer those questions do ya on hidayah that we bring in professionals for that ado taho we work with Talani Lake shiniki ya um uh conservation plan, do plan of operation da ikoyen da tikin ara sata ya soil and land iki diki contact microscope le says you have to have ja isha ya height and the soil da but no hat out de so ishin to I don't know the website very well, but maybe they can post it there. I don't the next college to the training. You go to nane kande ako konye go ada yan tan chicken store. I don't the it's actually open to the public. But I see sometimes if you need to stay overnight, go quite $25 weekend there at the dorm. Quite a house at the house. Quite a feed. The presenter normally feeds the people, so isha opens yeah, or she ha yuna dot le ako epenina an hiye go banda no tra the operation mat at bashes clear out the the ban sa case adot chiyan shin hado shin tapet ni tin jo sa hota au yo tapet ni tin tapet na epenina ya kita sa an here I see that the no yeah be resilient, be out there doing your own studies, bringing some chickens that can help you with the land, restoring the land, regenerative ag, but the ninikicho is knowing the soil and the land. What ashon shnale report starole.
Hakoshi o ke na hannet o khayula dala de koto you're going to be we're going to add you on to the report so akut ego not in the ito that I'm hoping that you'll be coming on with us every month akut eya sorry.
Oh, and I see. I've been trying to get on, but the numbers they give me, I keep bouncing off. So yeah, add me to the list, and I'm very passionate about the gardening and the people eating healthy food. So all you need not stay. I thought I just kidnapped my whole family's gone. No, that really scared me. At that same call, at the same meeting, I was told that one of my cousin, so so that's why I'm very passionate about it, Chanel.
Oh yeah, so now I think Kidaza Hadlon Kodo Council. You have any questions for Lucille? Okay, go ahead, Esther.
Good morning or good afternoon, Lucille. Yeah, that was a lot of information you gave us. Since we're going to add you on to our reports every month, I'm sure you have Duran's email, and you also have my email. Just go ahead and email us your report so we can attach it with all our paperwork here every month. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Esther. She had up you I thought the other chapters all the agenda, so we keep them updated. Oh, yeah.
Hi, question. We have Myra to ask a question to.
Sister, this is Myra Begay. I just want to thank you. I know it's a lot of work that you're taking on. It sounds like, you put a lot of effort behind all of the information that you're distributing. I know there's a lot of people that farm down in the Curly Valley area and then Pasture Canyon, land with Albanahas, Amona Vijida. And your concern of our peoples wanting to keep them on organic foods, growing food on their own. I think that should be something that, we all need to look at. Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, there's Johnny, yeah.
Okay,
Good morning, afternoon, Ms. Kraus, Luis. This is Nelson Cody, the chapter planner. I invite you to the planning and zoning. I will get your email from Duran or Esther. It's stated in the plan of operations for the planning and zoning that the grazing and the farm board attend the planning and zoning meetings. So I'll go ahead and get you on board. That way, like you said, you could work with the chapter, and the chapter can work with you, as well as with Mr. Williams from the grazing side. And I'm excited to have you come on. I'm also passionate about the development of Tuba City. There's the regular infrastructure, water, roads, internet, telephone lines, buildings, sidewalks, lights, all that kind of infrastructure. So, but there's also all the other aspects. But I'm happy about your passion as well, because every great society, whether they came from the ancient times or modern times, is they have a sustainable, stable food system, water system, and then that's how they became great. So if we can work on that as a community, as a chapter, then that's gonna just elevate us for community development and economic development. If you know, the agriculture business in the United States is about $2 trillion annually dealing with agriculture, which is farming and agriculture. So can't wait to see you at our next P&Z meeting. We'll let you know with an email. And yeah.
Oh, yeah, thank you for inviting me. Just I did it on that young buses if you really look at it, in the United States, $3 million a day spent the engine. So that's a lot of money in one day. Oh, yeah, I'll be there.
Dotla naidel kida da geht ekwaga so nana he de nanis inigi donana da get inigi need it's really sad to see when you're traveling alongside Curly Road 160 Nerede at the quiz can not see Andle teacher Kipaho from the east all the way to the west end of Curly Valley. That I can't good deal sa nishil to hund I see ye on that in that sunny has twi got the call just yet o chill. Wheat state and the git a day yail conde yensla atinde that's easy go ego dark and has a core Hashin so gon see case so good air she day yan man shinsen hat ego that old late nana old late nze she did Katkano Anigi, and I'm probably one of those that is guilty because my parents used to have a corn plot down there. Khayla Kodo Hot Ego Bananas Ido Lit. When Senshin I sit Ayego Nanishidat. Akot o aga kohot ego has ankat. But it's nice that there's a few of you guys that are out there trying to advocate for this. Agot ego, tsilke chike no sekin lenigi agot ego yohot ao. Kodo naso do lelo. A queens and she do not know agot ego saha case. I just like to say thank you. And I appreciate the effort that you put into this, the energy that you have. And thank you for your report. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I am very passionate about it because it was either taking care of the cattle, the sheep, or down there taking care of the garden. Garden but the shinike ya iketli hiki ya arosh cheye bata no sunshine ya kochiko na said it explained hashit I don't know how he called his my name but adiki alfalfa edit lehnetcha so I edit hot they sound up equipment that they sound ocean corners and at haishi to want to has she ebony na I see ye go fit and hit zildo lesson so my grandmother died at 100 Nelly she died at 108 now that's a big goal I don't want to live that long but anyway ben hit hashna so eight up it at the place so up the bed the halon the issue yen zagon daskre.
Okay, Nana, thank you for your report, and we'll be looking forward to your report again next month. Council, so to accept the reports that were given, I need a motion.
Motion, Myra.
We have a motion by Myra Begay.
Second by Steve.
We have a second by Stephen, Arizona, and we have time to ask questions, so at this time I'm going to ask for a vote. All in favor of Myra?
Yes.
Yes,
Stephen?
Steve.
Esther?
In favor, this is Esther.
Angie?
In favor, this is Angie.
Okay, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting. Thank you to all of you that came and did the reports. Usually when we have our in-person chapter meetings around this time, we serve lunch to everyone that comes here. But unfortunately, we're doing this again online, and I'm going to apologize to you guys. I hope you guys are enjoying some lunch out there too, because we're having our lunch here too. So, those of you that are online with us, I see some names, I see some phone calls or phone numbers. I'd like to extend my thanks and appreciation for you guys being interested in what goes on here at the chapter. So I'd like to say thank you for being online with us. We're to presentation. Peter Nez, I see you on there, so we'll be going to you. Dr. Lisa Collins, I don't see a name. Oh, I see the name. Natasha Begay, I hope you're on there with us. I don't see it right offhand, but presentation, the first one, collaboration to reduce childhood asthma disparity on Navajo Nation. We have Peter Naz from National Jewish Health. So you're online, Greg. You have the floor, Peter, Mr. Naz. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Good afternoon, Shinat Ado, Council of Tonanes. There's a local government. My name is Peter Nance. I'm with the National Jewish Health and the Navajo Community Asthma Program. And we're just wanted to renew our collaboration with the community of Tuba City and our partners with the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Center and the Tuba City Unified School District. We have a 6-year asthma project on this subject, which is, to reduce the disparities that are happening here in the community of Tuba City. Duran, if you can just go ahead and put on the Dr. Bender's presentation, we would go, follow through with that presentation. Although I have Dr. Andrew Liu from the University of Colorado, Children's Hospital. I got Dr. Hannah Fan from the University of Michigan, and also Dr. Dana King from the University of Alaska Anchorage on the call also. So I just wanted to recognize our partners and the people that are working with us on this project. So go ahead, and after the presentation, we can take some questions. Go ahead, Duran.
Vekaya Fakago Nakashina Holonige, Sostadona, Sostazata, Beta Kaige, Vijay Zoli Bata has Ango, Benishid, are you baby Chanahoit now, the as Mahadanige, Saho so as they are Egon Hashan, Belisanda, South Albany, Amado Ajano Shinige, Ano Sahige, Nadi Kidige Bedos was Akadi was. Thought at the never Kaya Fakago Nakashina Holon.
Duran, if you could put on the link that I had sent you, the link that you were, the 15-minute presentation by Dr. Bruce Bender.
Akadi was all at the never.
Mr. Nance,
Yes.
what day was it you sent that? Because the only one that I downloaded was the radio ad.
Rashid, let me go ahead and do it right now. Although, in the meantime,
This is Andy. If it helps, I can try to share my screen with the presentation by Dr. Bender.
That'd probably be easier, Mr. Liu.
Let me try that. Can you see this?
yeah, Andy, if, yes. Go ahead. You want to go ahead and play it?
Mr. Liu, can you hear us?
The volume working, Dr. Liu?
I can hear it playing.
I don't know if it's going through to Zoom's out. I don't think I can hear it.
Let me try again. Okay, I'm going to try again. Could you hear it now?
No, do you want me to give it a shot?
Sure, I can go off screen. I'll stop sharing.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with me today. We want to give you an
We
update
hear
on
it.
this project, which we call a collaboration to reduce childhood asthma disparities on the Navajo Nation. We actually call it the Community Asthma Program. That's how it's known in the community. I'll remind you that this is a project taking place in 3 communities: Tuba City, Chinle, and Window Rock, Fort Defiance. In a project that's designed to improve the lives of kids with asthma living on the Navajo Nation. I want to do a real quick review about what asthma is, because I often get asked this question. So asthma is a condition of the lungs. It can affect children, it can affect adults. What you're seeing here is a picture of bronchioles. These are the little tubes that fill our lungs. We all have hundreds of thousands of these tubes. The tube or bronchiole on the left is nice and wide open. It allows the air to go in and out of the person's lungs. When they have asthma, those tubes can swell and form mucus. That's the center and right picture. And you can see that opening gets smaller and smaller, and therefore it's harder for the person to breathe. And the first thing we want to do is treat that so that the airway opens up. Typically, we do that with medications that are inhaled, meaning the child breathes in the medication, and it helps open up and treat their airway. We want to give the right amount of medicine. We don't want children to take too much medicine, just enough to control their asthma. So we began this program in Tuba City, and while we were there, we trained healthcare providers at the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Campus, as well as the Sacred Peaks and Lake Chi Healthcare Center, the outlying centers which are connected to the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Program. We also train school staff. Now, in the schools, we're bringing in a program called Open Airways. This is a program developed by the American Lung Association, and it's designed to teach children and adults about asthma in the schools. It's a program that can be taught by school staff, and it can be taught every year, every 2 years, as the school sees fit. In Chinle, we train providers at the Chinle Comprehensive Healthcare Facility, as well as 2 outlying clinics, the Saley Health Center and the Pinion Health Center. And these are the schools in the Chinle area where we also train school staff, school nurses, and leadership. Our third step, so those were the first 2 years. The third year, we were scheduled to be in Window Rock, Fort Defiance. However, the pandemic hit. And so we've had to step back and wait for things to get better. We'll reinitiate that program at the medical center and in the schools later this year in 2021. But during that year, we did something else. We interviewed families who have a child with asthma. You're seeing here a picture of some of our staff and some of the Dene College students who worked with us and helped us to conduct those interviews. The purpose of the interviews was to understand how children with asthma and their families are being affected by COVID-19 and what families are doing to cope with the pandemic. So we had a whole set of questions that were asked of every family. Let's start with a few important ones. First question is, did your child have a laboratory confirmed diagnosis of COVID-19? Were they diagnosed to have COVID? Out of those 66 families, only 1 child with asthma was diagnosed to have COVID-19. That's good news. We also asked if they had an illness that might have been COVID, but the child didn't get tested. Another 11 parents said, yes, my child did get sick during this period of time. We then asked the parent or guardian themselves, did you have a confirmed COVID-19 diagnosis? 10 of those parents or caregivers said, yes, they had a confirmed diagnosis. And another 18 said they had symptoms that might have been COVID, but weren't tested. And then we said, well, how about the other people who live in the household, whoever they are, siblings, aunt, uncle, grandparent? Were there other people with a COVID diagnosis? 19. There were 19 who had a diagnosis, and another 15 who at least had some symptoms that might have been COVID. So you can see that there were a lot of family members and people around that child who had COVID, but most of the kids didn't. Going into COVID-19, we didn't know. We worried that children with asthma might get COVID more frequently, or that they might have more or worse COVID. But the good news is that doesn't seem to be the case. Parents told us many things, and we've got some important quotes here to share. Here's the first quote from a parent. On the reservation, there's a lot of misinformation about how it is contracted. Also, there's the normal Navajo taboos, such as if it is not seen, then it's not there. I'm slowly trying to make others realize that the disease is real. It's hard to get people to wear a mask. And another parent said this. There was barriers to talking to other people about COVID because of the stigma, being singled out and being afraid of us. But after opening up, we received a lot of support from everyone. Words of optimism and encouragement. And another parent said this. I have 3 grandbabies that I miss, and it's very hard, and I just wish it would go away. Right now, we have 3 family members that have passed away from it, and it is just too much. Another parent. I had to take leave without pay when I caught COVID and was required to use my personal vacation and sick hours during my isolation period, which caused a negative impact on my household income. We asked other questions about the child's asthma. We wanted to know during this COVID period, was their asthma the same? Was it worse? Was it better? Here are the results. 34 parents, or 51.5%, said that the asthma stayed the same. Another almost 38% said it improved. And only 4 parents, or 6%, said it was worse. So why would it be better? Probably because kids were staying home and they weren't catching common colds and other viruses. And when children stay well, their asthma does better. But that's good news. We asked the parents and guardians, were they having any trouble getting their child's asthma medications? There's 2 kinds of medication. There are what we call rescue medications, which you take right away if you're having trouble breathing. And then control medicines, which you're supposed to take every day. So 7 parents, which is about 11%, said they had a little trouble getting their rescue medications. But overall, most were not having trouble. Not everyone understood that the healthcare facility was open and there were ways to call and be able to pick up your medicine without going in. But overall, I think the word was out quite effectively. We asked the parent, were you worried at least somewhat about the effect of the pandemic on your child's asthma? And 83% said yes. They still worried about it. We asked parents, has there been a change in your child's mental health during the pandemic? Half the parents said yes. Then we asked them if there's been a change in your own mental health. And 59% said, yes, it's affected my mental health. And then we asked, what about other members of the household? Has their mental health been affected? almost 55% said yes, it has. We asked about decreases in household income, and almost 49% said yes, our income has gone down. We asked, have you been having trouble obtaining basic necessities like food and personal care products? Very few, only 2 said they had. So while it may have been difficult to get to the store at the right time or be able to pick up enough supplies, most people were not having great difficulty. Here's some other parent quotes. She became very angry, isolated herself, and became withdrawn. She's not happy as she was before. I miss my little firecracker. She used to be a straight A student. Now they dropped to an F with no interest to improve her schoolwork. Another one. He started experiencing anxiety attacks and other issues. So we had to get a traditional healer to conduct a protection prayer for us. Kids are mentally stressed. They even threaten to run away. My boys won't leave the house at all. They won't even walk outside to the car when I ask them to get something. So we asked a lot of questions about what families did to cope and adjust with the pandemic. So for instance, we asked if they had stockpiled necessities like food, water, and wood. 83% had stockpiled those necessities. 89% said they had prayed. 24% said they visited, spoke with, or consulted a traditional healer. And almost 73% said they had a telehealth visit with a doctor or other healthcare provider. So 2 things were happening. One is that the Indian Health Service centers had to create capacity to do telehealth visits. And families had to accept those. And it looks like many families used that system to make sure their child was okay. Did you avoid public places and crowds? Yeah, 91% did that. And did you avoid in-person contact with people outside? Yeah, 89% did that. Here's a quote. I had to contact a traditional healer and bishop by phone to get a protection prayer done to help me keep my strength and faith in God to get me through the virus as well as reassurance. And this, I think everything was going on was just giving us a lot of stress and things weren't going right. We just had a prayer done for us. We had a lot of funerals going at the beginning. Other things families did. We asked if they wore a face mask. 97% said yes. And the same 97% said they frequently wash or sanitize their hands. 39% of parents said they worked or studied from home. Just about 32% said they isolated themselves from other persons that lived in the home. So specifically, if someone was sick, they tried to separate people. Did you call or postpone work or school activities? Yes, said 44%. Interestingly, no parents said they didn't take any steps to keep themselves or their families safe from COVID-19. Many families were doing many things to try to improve their health and to protect themselves from COVID-19. Well, here's a parent quote. It was very difficult explaining to the kids about their grandfather passing and why we cannot be with family during this time. He was afraid that he would lose both his parents to COVID, especially when we both got really sick. He was crying and isolated himself a lot during this time. He's really having a hard time with it. His attitude isn't very good. When we go up to Gallup, he stays in the car. He's worried. He doesn't want to be near a bigger city because it's scary. So thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present the results of our COVID interviews. And we're happy to have some further discussion and answer questions.
Mr. Kitso, kan ona natin siya ato kahit ada na itikit no. This is at the time to, if you have any questions.
Hakoshinikia, Mr. Ness, and also your colleagues. Can I get you to introduce yourself to us, please? Ms. Fan and Mr. Liu.
My name is Hannah Fun, and I am a professor at the University of Michigan. Previous to that, I was at the University of Arizona as part of Dr. Gerald's team there. And I'm a clinical pharmacist by training, and I've been fortunate to collaborate with the team on helping partner with patients, families, and the clinicians, the community, the Navajo Nation community on this project. And I thank you guys for your time and your efforts.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Andy Liu. I am a pediatric lung doctor at Children's Hospital, Colorado, and the University of Colorado. And I thank you very much for including me in your chapter meeting. I'm very impressed with how much you have going on, and I am impressed with your resilience through a pandemic year. Obviously, you have all been very productive. One of my research projects for the last 5 years has been this childhood asthma research program in Navajo Nation, because we know childhood asthma in Navajo is about 2 times that of the population in the United States. And so we are really very happy to be able to work with Navajo people and care providers and communities in trying to better manage the children with asthma so they can live normally. And this is what we just presented, was how over the pandemic year, how we slightly altered our approach, not only to understand asthma, but how children and families in Navajo Nation who have asthma, how they were managing during the COVID time. Similarly, in my own research and other research projects at Children's Hospital, I have a few other COVID research projects for the U.S. National Institutes of Health that we've conducted. And so I think if you have any questions about what we learned or in some of the other things that we're learning, happy to address them. I would say overall, hearing and seeing how well people in Navajo Nation and how you today are talking about the public health guidance, you're all really right on it. I can say that when we look at the kids and the families and the practice of trying to stay safe during the COVID time, it seems like everyone has been really on it, but it's been a difficult time, and you can see that in the mental health questions and the suffering that the kids and the families have experienced.
Thank you, Dr. Liu.
Dr. Liu.
Was there a third person with you, Mr. Nez?
Yeah, I just wanted to just refer another question to Dr. Liu. With regards to the other team members, including maybe Wayne, Lynn, and Joe, including Bruce, if you can go ahead, just mention something about the team.
Yes, it's really a team approach, and I'd say in some ways it began with another pediatric lung doctor at University of Arizona who I've worked with for many years, like 30 years. His name is Wayne Morgan, but one of the things that he has done is he's actually had a contract to provide pediatric lung specialty care in Navajo Nation for 35 years. It ended fairly recently, that contract, meaning maybe in 2 years ago, but he's still been very invested in the problems that he's seen. He basically had been going to different agencies, to the comprehensive health centers, to provide clinic care and education, I think quarterly, over about 35 years. And he really saw this problem of childhood asthma being high numbers and a lot of kids and families having trouble with it. The actual leaders of the study group are Bruce Bender, who you just saw him present, and he has long been interested in trying to help with children with asthma and their families get better care, especially in conditions where it's disparate. and Lynn Gerald as well. And Bruce is at National Jewish, and Lynn is at University of Arizona in Tucson, and they're real leaders nationally in how we think about childhood asthma, as is Hannah. Peter, is there anyone else I should speak about? I mean, there's a lot of people locally in Navajo Nation, one of them including yourself, who really connects us with the community, and we've just learned so much. It's been such a privilege, an honor to be a part, and I feel like I've just learned so much by being with Peter and being with others in Navajo Nation. And it began in Tuba City for us because of some healthcare providers who have long been in Tuba City providing pediatric care and asthma care, Diana Hu and Steve Holvey. They were actually graduates of the program that I went to training in pediatric asthma, in pediatrics. They had graduated just a year or two before, and they've stayed in Navajo Nation in Tuba City. So they've always been great about not only providing care, but about linking to other resources to try to get people in Navajo Nation, especially in Tuba City, the best care possible. Peter, is there anyone else I should mention?
No, you did an excellent job, and I don't think we need to add any more to it, and would like to give the floor back to the president and the council, and if they have any question, they're open to asking.
Okay, again, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the presentation here. It's really interesting, and I'm going to ask the council if they have any questions for you guys here. We have a question from Esther.
Hey, good afternoon. The presentation just had so much information out there for us, and thank you again for joining us on this day. I know that you mentioned, I know your presentation was geared towards reduce the childhood asthma, and I know with the information that you gave us, we kind of cleared a lot of stuff up for us, but this is also, we're dealing with this pandemic. I know we've all been through it. We've all have lost loved ones to this. We already know what we all gone through and how we have to cope with this. And my question is, the research study that you've done with some of the local schools and the surrounding Navajo Nation, my question is, are you going to do another update on it? Because I know that those who had caught COVID months down the road, they have health issues, so many health issues. I mean, we have family members who were, had no health issues, and when they caught this, they came home, and months down the road, they have health issues. And my question is, is your team going to do another update for us, not now, but maybe months down the road, to see if we can, if the health issue is a problem out there for our kids? That's my question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm sorry, Peter, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Shinata, President Kitso, if you guys want to add some other questions to this, then we'll just go ahead and kind of bundle everything, so we can just answer all these questions as it relates to the questions that are being brought up.
Okay, I hope you have a pen and a paper where you can jot these things down, because we have a full house right here, and they're all waiting to ask questions here. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, if that's the case, then we could just take these questions one at a time.
No, I'm just kidding you, Mr. Nez. We are We only have a few people in here. We are not allowed to have more than 10 in here in the building, so. Unless no one has any question, you can go on ahead and answer Esther's question here.
Yeah,
Andy?
Peter, did you? Yes, I was just going to say, Esther, that happy to come back, and we will be continuing to follow up with these kids with asthma and their families in Navajo Nation. And Peter can help to arrange for that. He's terrific with that. I would say, yes, so we have just completed a study where we looked sort of in 12 different areas in the United States, what was happening with COVID virus, the virus and the disease in children and their families from May 1st to February 9th. And I'd say the one main thing that this will be published probably in a month. But the main thing I would say is the vaccine will be really important going probably through the end of this year. That anyone who gets offered that vaccine, it's really an amazing vaccine. It's so much better than we had probably dreamed of. It was sort of the moonshot of vaccines. These 3 vaccines they just work so well. But it'll be important out through the end of the year. And I don't, in some ways, I feel like I don't need to tell people in Navajo Nation, because you've been leading this continent and probably much of the world in getting not only in all the public health precautions, but also especially in the vaccine, in getting the vaccine out and getting people vaccinated. So that would be my main point that I would say going forward, is the vaccine is how you keep yourselves safe as we go through the rest of this year.
Thank you, Dr. Liu. Any other questions, comments? If not, I'd like to say thank you, and that's really good to hear from you, Dr. Liu. We in the Navajo Nation and us right here in Tuba City, we really appreciate the healthcare workers that were out there doing this week after week, trying to get everyone within the community, within the nation, to get their vaccination done. So we'd like to give our thanks out to them. And then also these kind of studies that you guys have done, they come and present, and they're very interesting. And what you guys presented, the data that you showed us, we can relate to that. I myself can relate to that, what has been happening for the last year. It is very stressful. It keeps you up at night. And every time you turn around, you're kind of scared. Hey, I sneeze. Just anything that was happening with us, we stress ourselves out with. So the information that you gave us, we can really relate to. One of the ones that really stand out is the percentages of the people that you guys had on there that prayed. I think it's not just them, it was the whole nation that was actually just praying and praying and praying. So that's really good information. And one thing that I like to comment on is you guys did this study about how people with asthma were dealing with this COVID-19. Back in the days when I was growing up, it seems like we hardly heard of people having asthma. Nowadays, I have one of my kids at a very young age had asthma. Now we have grandkids that are young, that are just kids that are having asthma. Back in my days, which is a long time ago for you guys' information, we hardly heard of it. And that seems to be, I really don't understand, but that's where we're at now. And we have to deal with asthma. When and how we can take care of those kind of issues, like we did with the vaccination for COVID, that would be nice to know too. What exactly is it that came about not too long ago? As far as I'm concerned, not too long ago, that it seems to be we're living in a world now with that. So that's just my comment. You're welcome to respond if you like.
I don't know if Hannah or Peter would want to weigh in. I would just say that you are of like mind with us. And that's what we are, part of what we're trying to do, not only to work as a community, meaning Navajo communities, to be able to help kids and their families live normally, even if they have asthma, because we've gotten a lot better at being able to live pretty normally with it, but also to get back to the what's causing it, to see if that can be changed at this point.
Hannah, do you want to add to it?
Go ahead, Mr. Nez.
As far as I think Dr. Liu eloquently commented on the various items very well. You know, the partnership between our project team and the community has been very valuable. I know for myself as a clinical pharmacist and a person who's worked with diverse populations in asthma, it's definitely broadened my understanding and appreciation for patient and family and community perspective on treatment of asthma and management of asthma, recognition of asthma. And so not only, you know, thank you for recognizing our efforts on the project, but I also want to thank the community for helping us as clinicians and scholars to better understand things as well.
Thank you.
There is some comment in the chat about it could be related to burning coal. And we're aware of that, the burning coal and burning wood. And we have some ideas about how to get after that in a way that might be safe and relatively easy. So it's something that we're working on. Again, we're of like minds. This has been something that has been brought to our attention, and maybe we can come back in not too long from now and follow up.
Okay, thank you. We have another question here.
Good afternoon. My name is Myra Begay. I'm the chapter president here with our council. And I was listening to the comments, questions, and concerns of our community and childhood asthma. What is the age range that you guys start at? I mean, how young are the kids when you can detect the asthma, and how long do you follow them?
Yeah, so yeah, asthma actually mostly begins in the first few years of life. And so, we can see that too in Navajo Nation, that there are some children who show actually pretty commonly pretty severe breathing problems in the first year. So maybe about 3/4 of people with asthma in the population, they begin in the first few years of life. It actually can get better as children get older. For the current study, we're really looking at school-age children with asthma because of part of how we manage in Navajo Nation is with help from the schools in terms of educating not only the children and families in the schools, but helping with their medication use in schools. That's where a lot of kids have trouble. And as well, helping the school communities themselves. So that's part of it. There is the community part. We've had tremendous support from the community and community members. There's a community advisory board, and then of course with the health centers.
thank you again. Any others? If not, I'd like to thank you again for coming on and being with us, and thank you for the presentation. Question Peter, Nana, do Nana you said you wanted to present not just to us, but to the community here, those people that are online, heard what you guys had to present. So, and sometimes we really get into our Navajo here, which is expected of us here at the chapter that we do our meetings in Navajo. So for those of you, you might feel like you're a foreigner here when we really get into our Navajos, but I'd like to apologize for that, but thank you for being with us here.
I would rather apologize for not being able to understand Navajo yet. So thank you for sharing your tradition and culture.
Thank you. So again, we're going to go on to our next presenter, Dr. Lisa Collins. I saw you. Are you still with us?
I am here. Are you able to hear me?
Oh, there you are. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, you have the floor, Dr. Collins.
I have the floor? All right, thank you so much. I'm just going to try sharing my screen with you all, see how technology is on my side today. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to rely on a little bit of feedback here, just in terms of whether you can see my screen okay, and what you're seeing is just a big blue slide with a lovely little family.
Yeah, we can see
Yeah?
it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Good. Well, it is a pleasure to be with you today and to have been listening in and learning about your community throughout the meeting. So good afternoon, President Kiso, council members, tribal leaders, and the community. It really is a pleasure to be with you here today to share the results of a small evaluation study we did called the Parent Kit Evaluation Study. And again, to thank you for your support with the resolution, which allowed us to be able to carry out the study in the community. So my name is Lisa Calling. I work at First Things First as an evaluation project director. So as an agency, First Things First, we focus on programs and services that support parents of young children birth to age 5 and really building strong families. This small evaluation study that I served as the principal investigator on was examining our parent kit strategy. So I, along with my colleague, her name is Candida Hunter, guided the work of the project, as well as our evaluator. Her name is Carol Lipinski from Jeanette Shane Associates. Okay. So the purpose of the Parent Kit study was to examine the ways that three hospitals located in an urban, rural, and tribal community distributed the Parent Kit to targeted populations. These target populations included first-time parents, teen parents, and at-risk parents. Really, we wanted to see if there were lessons that could be applied to the distribution of the Parent Kit statewide. So we do currently distribute the Parent Kit to all new parents throughout the state at birthing hospitals. So some specific things that we wanted to learn were the benefits and challenges that were associated with giving it out to all new parents versus if they focus in more on some targeted distribution to some of those families that I just mentioned, so those first-time teenage and at-risk parents. We also wanted to try out some new training materials for the hospital staff that give out the Parent Kit at the hospital to new parents as they leave the hospital. So one thing that we created was a training video, which was basically a DVD that hospital staff were able to watch to learn about the Parent Kit, what's in the Parent Kit, and provided some tips to them and how best to give out that parent kit to the new parent. The other one was something we called a tip sheet. And again, that was just a quick one-pager that outlined some recommended steps for giving out the parent kit. But really, the hospital staff was intent was to hang it on the wall for example, in the nurses unit. So the idea is we want to ensure that the parent kit is opened by new parents and doesn't just sit in a closet at home unopened. So what is the parent kit exactly? So the Arizona Parent Kit was designed as a package of educational support and resource materials. It's seen here on the slide on your left here. So the Parent Kit, it includes things like an Arizona Parent Guide, which basically is a book that kind of outlines the ages and stages of their young child. It includes a baby board book to encourage early reading to the kiddos. It includes a toddler dental kit and some early literacy practices bookmarks, which really gives some outlines on how to engage with your young kid with books and early literacy practices like singing and storytelling. And lastly, there was a Birth to 5 helpline magnet in there, which is a kind of a 1-800 number that's open for anyone to call if they have questions. So the 3 hospitals that we selected for the study for targeted distribution and the benefit of the new materials, the training materials, were Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation. We also selected the Mount Graham Regional Medical Center, which is in Graham County, as well as the Banner University Medical Center in Tucson. So these hospitals were selected as they all had a very long-term history of distributing the parent kit. So since 2010, the parent kit has been distributed at these sites. So just very briefly, some of the information was gathered for the study through some key informant interviews that we did. We also interviewed the hospital administrator that was responsible for distribution of the parent kit, as well as the hospital staff. We surveyed them as well, just to see how they gave out the kit and what that looked like. While a site visit was planned as part of the original study method, unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this was no longer a feasible study method for us to come on to the City Regional Healthcare Corporation, to the hospital for a observation of the parent kit distribution. Okay. So on this slide, I just wanted to present a few of the key findings of the study, in particular those we gleaned from the Tuba City hospital site. So what we did learn is of the 3 hospitals that participated, Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation in general reported more adherence to targeted distribution. So they were able to give out that parent kit to those target populations, the teen parents, the first-time parents at risk. It was unclear, though, of course, if this finding would be generalizable to other tribal hospitals, but we knew that they were more successful than the other hospitals in doing that targeted distribution. So the other hospitals, they actually found it challenging to be able to quickly determine who should get the kit based on the targeted distribution, because it required them to go and look at a chart or paperwork. So some sort of review by hospital staff to see how old they are, whether or not they're first-time parents. So either staff did one of 2 things. They either forgot to give out the parent kit altogether, or they just ended up giving it out to everyone like they had done in the past. So preference for most of the hospital staff was actually for universal distribution. That said, the results from the hospital staff in Tuba City indicated that the most effective way for them to distribute the kit was to first-time parents, teenage parents, and at-risk parents, in addition to those that request it. So they had put that note in as well, as it would be important to give that kit out to parents that requested it. One actually also responded that, they recommended that we give the parent kit out when the parent is expecting, rather at the time of the child's birth, which is when the current staff are distributing the kit. So typically what happens is on their way out of the hospital after giving birth, they will get the parent kit kind of on their way out. So the timing of the distribution of the parent kit should be re-examined and reconsidered in the future. We also learned that in addition to distributing the parent kit to the populations that we requested them to, those first-time or teenage parents and at-risk parents, some of the Tuba City Hospital staff responded that they distributed it to parents that experienced chemical dependence and to parents who might be part of the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services involvement. Others said that they gave the kit out to those parents that had many questions or they felt required some additional assistance with the care of their infant. Now, when we looked at some of the benefits of the new training material, so that training video and that tip sheet, the Tuba City Regional Healthcare staff definitely found the tip sheet to be more helpful than the video in improving their knowledge about the parent kit content. In fact, what they let us know is that this could be due to the fact that some actually didn't even receive the DVD. So there was some sort of distribution issue there in actually getting that DVD into the hands of some of the hospital staff. Whereas staff responded that they actually did review the tip sheet together collectively at the hospital. And also, since the tip sheet is meant to be posted kind of on the wall as a reminder, this was something that did happen at the hospital site. So definitely worked better in terms of a reminder to the different hospital staff on the key steps to giving out that parent kit. Okay, so based on some of the study findings, our evaluator provided a few recommendations for first things first to consider. So in terms of the actual parent kit distribution, it would appear that universal distribution is optimal in ensuring that the kits are actually being distributed. So when folks were faced with having to figure out who might be one of the target populations, that kind of created some chaos in their distribution. So basically, universal distribution would allow hospitals a really streamlined, simple, consistent approach to dissemination and distribution of that parent kit. Sometimes, hospital staff are busy, so they may forget to distribute the kit. Also a recommendation, and even of note in terms of what one of your hospital staff mentioned, is that we think about what is the optimal time to give out that parent kit. So we do a little research around that. Is it prenatally, when the family is still expecting, or is it after the child is born? Now, with respect to some of the training materials, the evaluator recommended that FTS work, so first things first, work to deepen our relationship with the hospital staff. So for example, we could come out to the hospital, of course, once it opens up post-pandemic, but come out to the hospitals every quarter, facilitate some luncheons, which really will provide an opportunity for us to go over the parent kit contents again with the hospital staff, encourage that as a resource for new families, which we hope will increase the likelihood that they will share those contents with new parents. Additionally, it was suggested that we develop a short video that could be used widely in clinic waiting rooms, in birthing centers, at prenatal visits, in postpartum rooms once delivery has occurred. That really introduces both the parent kit to parents as well as first things first as an organization. We are Arizona's organization for that birth to 5 population. Additionally, other parent resources could be referenced in the video, and the video could also be used at well child visits or even within home visitation programs, which I know take place on Navajo Nation. Okay. So as in all studies, we had a few limitations, of course. We had a smaller sample size, which of course, with a case study approach, limits the potential generalizability of the results. And again, we just wanted to get some initial feedback to kind of guide and inform our future work around the parent kit. Again, due to COVID-19, we were not able to come on site to sort of look at and observe the parent kit distribution in action. So the survey results were not able to be confirmed through some additional observation as we had hoped. And lastly, while the 3 hospital sites agreed to implement that targeted distribution of the parent kit, there really was a lack of follow through. in a couple of the hospitals in their ability to be able to adhere to that targeted distribution. So again, I think this in and of itself was a key finding of the study, given the challenges that targeted distribution imposed on the busy hospital staff. Okay. So that's kind of what I wanted to share with you all today in terms of some of the key findings, and welcome you at this time to ask any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you again, Dr. Collins, for presenting. That's another interesting thing that was presented here. I'm going to ask the council here if they have any questions. Myra, Esther, Angie, any questions for Dr. Collins? No question? I guess we don't have any questions for you, Dr. Collins, but I'd like to say thank you, and I appreciate you coming on with us. And for those that are online that have heard your presentation, like I said, it's interesting what everyone is doing. Not doing it for yourself, but doing it for us out here, the community. So I really appreciate that. Again, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time today and your support and your ongoing support for First Things First in your community.
Okay, Doc. Thank you.
Take care.
Take care. With that, we're going to go to item 3 under presentation, radiation exposure screening education program. Do we have Natasha Begay?
Hello, good afternoon. This is Natasha from Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation's Radiation Exposure Program. May I share my screen?
Yes, they're setting you up right now.
Okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to present President Kitso and council members, as well as council administration, for reaching out to me and allowing me to present today. Also the Tuba City community members. So I am presenting our radiation exposure program that we are offering at Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation in conjunction with the Oncology Department, also known as a Specialty Care Center. So the radiation exposure program has been ongoing, presented last month at the chapter meeting. So quickly, just the Lagana Etchigo, I'm going to explain the program. I do have an interpret, my presentation interpreted by Sally Charlie from our hospital. So she, that's what this PowerPoint is. I'm going to play her interpretation, but let me quickly go over this for our community members. The radiation exposure program, it's the Radiation Exposure Screening and Education Program, is a HRSA-funded program. This goes in conjunction with the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, which we call RECA. This was amended back in 2000, mainly to help individuals that were exposed to radiation from the 200 atmospheric testing, nuclear testing that was done in Nevada back in 1945 through 1962. So we are really focusing on the downwinders. These are the individuals that resided in northern Arizona between the years of 1951 through 1958, or if they had resided the entire month of July 1962. So our program is focused on raising awareness about radiation exposure that had occurred in those years, as well as providing the awareness and the importance of early detection in our community. We do have a patient navigator along with the program, Serafina Thompson. She's part of the Tuba City community. She will be assisting individuals to complete their RECA claims. That's the second part of our program, which is providing assistance to complete the compensation. These are for individuals that actually have been exposed and have resided in that time frame. So these are our elderly community members. So we are providing radiation screening for individuals 18 years and older in our community. We are providing community education and outreach programs, which because of the COVID pandemic, we are kind of limited on how we can provide outreach programs, but we are definitely trying to create information and updating a website to provide information to community members. Our clinical staff are providing appropriate referrals for medical treatments for those that are diagnosed with cancer. We are working on information to provide to the community, so that is in progress. One big main factor is, the RECA Act is going to be expiring or ending next summer, July 2022. I understand there's something going on in Congress that the Navajo Nation president has been in favor of extending the deadline. I saw some information that came through press release 2 weeks ago. So if that does get extended, that'd be good for our community members. And I understand the Navajo Nation is trying to open up that act to compensate individuals that have been affected by the abandoned mines. These are our Cameron members. But as of now, that's just what I see as far as our program and what our grant has been funded for. We are still looking at that July 2022 deadline. As you all know, our specialty care center has been open since May 2019. Both of our hematologists and medical oncologists, Frank Dalachow and Johanna Demento, have been very passionate about our program. And they are located south of the 3-story building. It's the box that's in red on the map. South of the 3-story outpatient building, it's called Specialty Care Center. So if you do schedule a radiation screening, your appointment will be located in the Specialty Care Center. A little bit about the RECA. So this is the second part of our program, is just completing RECA claims. So claims can be filed if you were an on-site participant, meaning that you were actually there when they were testing nuclear. These are a lot of military members, maybe veterans in our community that may have been on site during the testing. The second category is downwinders, and that is everyone who resided in northern Arizona. It does go into Utah, and this map does not show it, but there are some Utah areas covered under this act. So they are receiving $50,000. On-site participants are receiving $75,000. Now, we do have in our community members uranium miners, millers, or ore transporters that assisted with the mining of uranium back in the 1942 through 1971. If they do qualify and have the documentation to show that they were employed by mining companies or have a compensate diagnosis that meets the requirements to be compensated, they are receiving $100,000. And once again, our deadline is next summer of July 2022. These are the qualifying medical conditions in regards to the RECA Act. So they have determined that the following cancers and illnesses are related to your radiation exposure. So we have them listed here. And they are located on the website too, which I'll provide here in a bit. So this is, the web page is here, www.tchealth.org/radiation-exposure. I've been trying to keep this webpage up to date with information as well as the claim forms. So you can go to the website and download the claims form if needed. We are scheduling appointments for radiation screening clinic. So we offer clinic every third Thursday of the month. At this point in time, we are booked all the way out to August. So we do have a demand in our community. As we can see, we are filling up our clinic spaces. We are going to be discussing today whether or not to open up another date within the month. So I will, you could just, if you call, we will let you know when the soonest appointment date we'll have available for you. If you call in and we decide to open up another date for April, we'll let you know then. So the phone number is 928-283-1802. And this is a phone number to schedule for radiation exposure screening, or if you have questions about RICA claims or just RICA in general. Serafina Thompson will be there to answer any questions. So this is just a thank you slide, but as I said, I want to present this to Navajo for our community. So we are HRSA funded. So now that, with that being said, I want to play the presentation in Navajo. So. Let's see if I can get this to go.
Radiation exposure screening program देखना हमने वाशिंगटन में आते ना तो पहले देखने गए ना कितना में लिखा था तो उसने तो खुदी ने कुछ ने आना शिंक तो ए बे बखाता इसको बेंटोंसा ना तो जिसकी तभी दाई तो ना खाच तो के तो आगे इसका तो निशान they are in 1925 down in 1962 आज Ita Pudawati, Alpha the Bay, Nevada, Jayna, Tapas, Ante, Ajutatin, the Chateau, HOT, Ajutibeti, Ado, the Quake, the Reiki, Sana, so Junon, Arizona, the Way 1951 to 1958, the end of July 1962, Ajuto, yeah, Paragon, the Bay. Ado, Kazati Jake open the Aaron the Quest never John on the early detection of the transition, Nabas and also out of Vienna. Aaron the 40 navigator based in that the Getty that the great one and the they are the Shin I think now or a Arjun for business. Cha e da shi sato na de to sato chepera to si akati chini aja the great art secret of the to decopera fake is the unsung RGB not or famous nothing can come to these things little the children that are not is part of the Apoya Arjun to so the baby was honorable for chapter of the Lord, the honorable match to a cool bed that killed on it. They know that spells the name in the end to Aji or the Kagi, Aja for no with that, a Cody, the early detection, and again, a Kodo Sato, not the Kido, they said, and so Adoshi had enough was cast at all. E ana descato e penso che agente isa c'è nota quando ona descato che lo penso dove con deadline è chiede yet is to stay July 9 2022 the way from normal 2022 จะอาจจะเป็นไหนครับThis one is the special care center for it. the yol job. Other countries, I think all radiation, radiation. Hero Canada, Shiro Oda, the South, a larger percent of also a because I think special care center. Radiation exposure screening can it affected some part-time disease agent on that. Auto on a 90 now, which will be that 928-283-1802. Ilo da nakishko area state naki sebi ta asa sebi nasbas naki. Ado fish up in the case you don't answer for the navy. Tunanes disease agent the website. They that would do a Asian answer siki on them. Erota no akbet dine inonota kusto dar se jaashe na itobe argri specialty care center jaasnas ado e here ashipan sado de ya Natasha Piqueiro de ado Serafina Thompson ado e aje natos na harke yon nesto de ado na ikini here no ya mas Aki sepi ka asa sepi naspas Aki 928-283-1802 Ajit Chitapsnetode. Iwashington Eso Jetta Agi Herson Yo Ajit Amish A Cred Conanes Visit Zed Bifika Etalo Kadosato Paga Adoga 8 Zed and then Beta was so long Mexico. David in Kanacha Adi Ata Seto Shito Besomet Kano.
That's the end of my presentation. Do I have any questions?
Yat and Natasha, thank you for presenting this again, and this time also with a Navajo interpreter. Yeah. Question, council. Anybody have any questions for Natasha? No questions, Shana, Natasha. Again, I'd like to say thank you, and keep on doing what you're doing, reaching out like this. We also listened in on you when you were presenting over at Cameron chapter. So everything that you're doing, trying to reach out and getting everyone's attention is appreciated. Yeah, Nana.
Thank you.
Gerald?
Thank you.
Hello?
Gerald, this is Velma Begay.
Hey, Velma,
Yat.
You have a question? It's good to hear from you.
I have a comment, and I also have a question regarding the downwinders. I'm originally from Tuba City, and I was born there, and I was raised in Roy Meadows, where my aunt took care of me for like 2 years up there. And then I moved back down to be with my grandmother again. Would I qualify for a downwinder?
So to qualify for a downwinder, you had to have resided and to show proof that you resided in northern Arizona during the time of 1951 through 1958, or the entire of 1962. That's what they're asking for. Showing proof could be, and President Gerald Kitso mentioned earlier, proof of residency from the chapters. Yeah. So I understand that the Department of Justice is accepting letters from the chapter to show proof that individuals had resided in the community during that time. If not, you can use voting records, school records, any kind of official document that you may have to show proof. I did reach out to the Department of Education. They are going to provide school records to individuals that may have been part of the BIE school districts in northern Arizona. They will help you get original documents to submit your claim if you don't have anything to show proof.
Hospital records, would that work?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. All right. And I know, I know, like probably Gerald, myself, and the Secretary Treasurer there. We fit into that category because we were born around the area and we were raised in Tuba City. So that's the reason for my question. So, but thank you. A lot of this I've never heard before. So all of my siblings that lived during this time have passed on, and I'm the only one because I was the oldest in the family, or I am the oldest in the family. I only have one brother and one sister left, so they wouldn't qualify. I know that. They're too young. And so, you know, I appreciate the information. I've never heard this before, but do I need to go into the hospital, or how do I do this?
I would recommend you get screened first. So you would call the number and schedule an appointment to get screened.
Okay.
That's the first step. If you haven't been diagnosed with cancer, and usually your primary care provider at Tuba City would not offer the radiation screening unless there was some reason for maybe a colonoscopy or any kind of additional screening. But the radiation screening program, you know, if you do come in to get screened, they do blood work. They look at your medical history. They ask you in-depth questions about where did you grow up at? Where did you get your water from? Did you eat plants on, you know, near a uranium mine? And based off of your questions, they will order necessary lab work, blood work, stool work, urine, or additional screening with general surgery department.
Okay. All right. That pretty much takes care of what I was concerned about and what I wanted to know. Thank you so much. I enjoyed the presentation, though it is sad. It's reality. Thank you.
President Keitso, I just wanted to add on. I know earlier when we were reviewing last month's agenda, there was an outstanding question that I needed to respond to. That was, if an individual had 2 diagnoses, do they get compensated twice? The answer is no. Once you only can claim one time for one diagnosis, because I know individuals are calling in stating that they had, you know, colon cancer or maybe a thyroid cancer that turned into a skin cancer. They wanted to know if they could do 2 claims. There's only one. It's a one-time claim.
Okay, thank you, Natasha. I think that was our Secretary Treasurer that asked that question, and she's nodding her head, and she understands. So thank you for...
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to present. You guys have a good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you too, to you. So we'll see you again, I'm sure, next month, right?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
So council, that concludes our presentation. So now we'll get down to business. Duran, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council, and for those of you that are online with us, there is a question that's posed from Joshua Brunig, and it's one of the prior presentations or reports that Lucille reported on was, let's see, let me find that message. He would like to take a brief moment to announce something of interest related to farming and grazing. So I don't know if you want to allow him to ask his question.
Okay, that's on the chat. Okay, I think we need to monitor that while we're doing these. So I suppose he was ready with his comment right after Lucille's, but yes, we can give him time. We need to monitor that, please, so we don't go too far from the report. So what's his name now?
Joshua Brunig.
Okay, Mr. Joshua Brunig, are you still online with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you have the floor. I guess you have a comment to make?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So those of you that don't know, my wife and I operate Nijoni Nasan, which is a conservation organization based here on the Navajo Nation. It is a Navajo company. My wife is Navajo, I'm in-law, but beside the point. So this year, I've been doing a lot of work on grants, looking for opportunities for us to move forward on the projects that we have been working on. Lucille's very familiar with what we've been doing. But we work with ranchers to help rejuvenate the land by regrowing the grassland so that we can help increase herd size for the local ranchers and we're trying to help change, help to initiate change in legislation to allow us to increase size instead of sticking to the reduction methods that are currently in place by the BIA. My cousin and I have come up with a way for the Navajo Nation to leverage $500 for dedicated farming and agriculture land from the federal government this year. Joe Biden just passed some bills. My cousin and I are able right now to draft these grants if interest, because we can't do it without you guys. So you guys have to engage us to get this done. But we can get the grants written right now as long as we can get the grazing officials and the appropriate associations through the Navajo government to approve this action. So whatever it might be, a resolution of some sort, or whatever process needs to be done on the Navajo view, we can get grant funding this year up to $500 million if we can get the government and the BIA just to show me how much farm and agriculture land has been allotted through the BIA. So if I can get somebody to contact me and engage us on this, we can make that happen this year. Any questions on this? If I can elaborate more, it's just that we are ready to go and I need your help. So, announcement. Anybody ready to engage?
Thank you, Mr. Joshua. I'm just going to call you by your first name.
That's fine.
This is Gerald Keatso. I think I seen your presentation at one of the last Western Agency Council meeting that was held in Flagstaff. You and your wife up there.
Yes. Yes, that was us.
And I think you've been here too, to Tuba City chapter. So I seen your presentation. Yes. That was really interesting. So it's good to hear from you. We have a question here from Myra. Go ahead, Myra.
Good afternoon, Mr. Joshua. My name is Myra Begay, and I am the Tuananesteze chapter local government vice president. I just had a question about your presentation. Apparently, Mr. Keatso, and you've been here before. This is my first term, so I'm very interested in listening to your presentation. I don't know if you have it in an email form. If you could email it out to Duran again, and she can, or Nelson, and they can forward it to us so we can take a look at it again. And maybe I'd like, since this has been since the last council meeting, is when, last year sometime, when you guys got together, or this year, the council meeting where he presented? It's been a while. Yeah, I'd like to see an update on your presentation to the new, because there's several other new board members for the Tuba City chapter. And if you can put your presentation together, maybe reach out to Nelson here at the chapter, and then he can let you know what the requirements are. Maybe we can get you on the planning and zoning if they meet before our next meeting. Otherwise, if you can do a presentation to us the current members of this board during our next chapter meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have a presentation that I could send through the email. Working on kind of revising our PowerPoint presentation to have more visual. That's kind of taken some time to kind of get in the works, but we're getting it together. I do have our proposal plan fully in place. What we were requesting from originally the Navajo Nation, but had to venture onto different avenues, which is why I'm excited about the grant funding that Joe Biden just signed over. So yeah, I can totally present to anybody. If you can give, I'll post my email in the chat. So if you just email me, engage me, I can drop everything I have for you, and we can make this happen.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Joshua. You want some engagement from the chapter, we probably should be asking you the same thing, to engage us by reaching out beforehand. We could have done something here at this chapter meeting. If you can send the grant material that you have, and also the material that you said has been passed with the money from Biden, that kind of information, if you can forward that on to the chapter, either Duran or our planner here, Nelson Cody Jr. And once we take a look at it, and then we can go forth from there with the engagement. Eva?
Yeah, absolutely. If I can get a one-on-one too, if somebody could allot me that time, because presenting at a chapter meeting, everything that's going on, because this engages a couple different aspects of Navajo Nation. I also have another project that I'm working on with the commissioner of Kanta for like a 5G free Wi-Fi for the nation, but I'm still building that company as well. But beside the point, I'd like to sit down with Nelson Cody, if possible, to put everything out there and then kind of consolidate it for best what he thinks would be ideal to put on the table at the chapter meeting. If you guys can't tell, I'm kind of eccentric. My mind doesn't stop. I think about tons of stuff all the time. So it kind of doesn't articulate well in groups like this. But on a one-on-one setting, if I can sit down with him and kind of put it on the table for him and have him overlook what would be best to present to the chapter, I think that would be best. And for me personally, that's just how I work. So if we can kind of acknowledge that a little bit, that would be really great.
Okay, thank you again. That's exactly what I was meaning. Is going to be offline, not during the chapter meeting. If you can get the information into the chapter. And then our planner is the same way as you are. His mind doesn't stop either. He stays here at the chapter until they have to chase him out. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good for you and him to meet up and talk one-on-one. So thank you again, Mr. Joshua.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys.
There you go. Thank you. So we're going to go on to new business, that we get everybody on the chat line. If there's no other questions. Okay. There you go. So we're going to go down to FO business. We're going to have the first legislation read into the record. And sponsor, Dr. Hakeem, are you online with us?
Yes, thank you very much, President Pixo. Our team from Junior College. So, Yafe Abine.
Okay,
Dr.
Dr. Hakeem?
Yeah.
We'll put you on the floor here in a bit. Let us read the legislation first. Then we'll give you time.
Sorry. Hello again, Myra Begay here. I'm going to read into the record the ANITA legislation number TND 10012020, resolution of the Twin Anesthesia local government supporting and recommending the Diné College and University of Arizona research proposal, decision support for agricultural reuse of municipal wastewater effluent in the Navajo Nation. And now therefore be it resolved that the Tuba City chapter supports the project to perform and complete scientific analysis for the data collection on presence of microbial and chemical contaminants and effluent from wastewater treatment plants in Navajo land, and later on help decision support on possible reuse of treated effluent within Navajo Nation, a project of this scope that has not been done at this level before. This knowledge will better improve the understanding of situation related to water and food scarcity within the Navajo Nation and the U.S., and will help us to explore the culturally and scientifically meaningful and effective interventions. The Tuba City chapter recommends to the Navajo Nation NTUA and Navajo Nation EPA to support the project, considering this is a pure scientific analysis of treated and non-treated wastewater effluent and its reuse at experimental level at Diné College Tuba City location. The preliminary findings of this project will build an understanding of these presence of potential pathogens in the wastewater effluent and have significant ramifications for improving water treatment level, water scarcity, agricultural management, and food scarcity for the communities using reclaimed water sources. The result of this project will also be useful for the Navajo Nation government and the communities to explore and develop culturally meaningful and effective interventions in improving water resources.
Thank you, Myra. Just for the council's information, I think this is the third time that this is going to be presented. The very first time it was tabled, then we took it back up to entertain, and we did not get a second to put it on the floor. So that's where we're at with it. Just a little bit of history. So with that, sponsor, Dr. Hakeem, you have the floor now.
Yate, this is Dr. Hakeem here from Diné College with my team, Benita Litson, who is joining us from our Sealy campus. She is the Director of Land Grant Department at Diné College and part of this project. Brian is also from the Land Grant Department, Diné College, and Ms. Felice Begay, who is the Director of Diné College Tuba City campus. As Mr. Kitso mentioned, that we have presented this before, and unfortunately we were not able to maybe explain properly what actually we are looking forward, and that is why, can you see our screen? That is why we are here again today, and I will ask our director, Ms. Felice, to start this in Navajo, because this is the way I think we will be able to explain more better, and later whatever the questions will be, we will be more than happy to address all the questions and clarify whatever the confusions are about. And this is totally just a scientific experiment that we are trying to do at our Tuba City campus here. And the main aim is to train our future Navajo youth in the most recent and advanced scientific technologies, so they can be prepared to work as a future water scientist. And as we all have seen that most of the presentations today, they were about the water, its importance, and how it can be helped. And we also know that water is life for us here. And this is something that we are trying from our ground. So Ms. Felice will explain this. Thank you very much.
Yas Asian Chapter President, Mr. Kitso, Ado Vice President Shema Myra, Ado Secretary, Chapter Secretary Esther Grass, and then the two members, Stephen Arizona and Angie Williams, were from the Net College here in Tuba City, and like Mr. Kitsa said, this resolution is going up for this the third time, so we need your help and your support in passing this resolution. The resolution, it's a research project that our kids, our children, our jo de de kato lesti kwasan a kwat tonestisiki hasquido sani da of tagi aro the research na kapiti niniki a tot na heje do les kodo na so tot na heje aro the hasquido sani da of tagi jo kon jo a kon ke da hatido a kodo a kon patabagan a ko Dindas ka hita hos ESG ako ADA ado the Tridosani das ka hita hos age twodenas indole 20 ka to de hon das lenegi let me do the research project. A part of it, advisory board committee established no job ayan that the Anita NTUA to adon das Naniki Anita contact the Yila. The Navajo Nation EPA contact Itayila. Navajo Nation Water Resource. On the Navajo Department of Health. On Hirshin chapter do has Aniki Hirshin the Tratasadado was on this advisory committee. No Edo chapter do Trato le. Could our committee form it does Nishan the Nego Yandat. The advisory board the research project the 3 years so the project every year present another either in July or August to the chapter. The research project the not copy Ninigi a late 2014 August for the late. The 20 Ninigi jo a now kage the Satcho Kodo Tuba City community Kodo Tohas Ninigi Koje the wastewater plant the Ninija Ajishin in a coho now kage the Yago quite beetle study the nigo yan that and the quite a talk could put on need a fluid could nana kaho a could a fluid deshne auto the quite nanas cargo a could the Little Colorado River Aj nana nido lake. Year 1 and year 2, we will collect and analyze the effluent sample from NTA operated sewage water treatment plant to see what type of germ any and chemicals what might be present in that fluent before it joins the mainstream. So the tohagi kwanas ka o ado kuje late hop nana lini Colorado River bishniki aj nana no erjoti igesin de kato le ade ya kode twinlini gi do kuje twinlini I know. Dik ade ya kodo twinlini gi do kuje kwanas ka do o kuje ben kuje honal in kwaigi juti kwaigi afluat bedi nenigi a jobi dot after no yandat ade elsena kwaigi the first 1 year and 2 year jo de do de kote di tonas kwaigi kuje di nal kato le kwa Ostot ini beti nenigi Asian germs sigi hate das in do le aro kujugo the chemical beti nenig ahonana do le ha ishta bi the chemical beti nenigi akoti de jo haigo do shi go do fall summer and spring each time put on kato le at the end of the 3 years, we will use the nano filtration, the kwasa anigi, digi, etos nisa, kodet twinlin, di twinas kaigi, beat anidishnini, the nano filtration dictionary. Equa and in Edo, Link the Nas Kako, Edit Hokut Edoli, Ado Equajo, Kujo Nadol Ka Edit Osto, dot any do Kuju chemical, a nanal Katole. The nano filtration, but the nature D, the we're going to add this to this. Atwana kahagi di ato neta okoti eliago jotko yego nat in ato jo yego nat ka jo di jo the edelieto hon na doshi ko de plani jo yat ho de plato le di eliago no yandat Ado di NTU di yat yago budget proposal dot ni di list. If there is no harmful germ and chemical in the nano filtration water, then this polished effluent will be more safe to join the mainstream. That milk nano filtration beat ango to a joye but tonas kako ado yago mainstream bijan the Colorado River bijan hadni dole ako jadi no kode sage kode twandla adonda kuje water plant bihilla ako DAP dole kwaigi tin khati kwa kuido sanita the Hagi Digi they don't link to Ado a talking dish catholic Adon that could propose that they don't link a little Colorado River be illegal make. In the second part of the third year activity, the filter influent water will be used to plant some experimental plants in the Tuba City Experimental Research Lab. These plants and their products, if any, will be analyzed for presence of harmful germs, and chemicals to further confirm that how effective the nano filtration method is. If anyone has to use that method, how effective this process of nano filtration will be to make the filter effluent water useful. This is important to know that these plants will be grown only for the experiment research purpose, not for human or animal use. the NACO, the greenhouse, anti-campus gisa, the talk airnas cargo, a quite that the lesto, a ditonas car, ditch the yacht on a giant hit, ego, plants get on that not say, I don't a not a dos car, a just stoit any bin yedo the chemicals the a arginatos car. The aqua at nest is the a day do need quest, we do sunny dos hagi. I do just the aqua at on need the research the not kahi get up at the nini eight aqua in that presentation from that state art toy you see chinat the twon das linigi a coca and hash chinigi up has tweedo sign a quiet out hagi aqua twinest is get has ango to quite that put that has any aqua dish into the jo a Dr. Hakim Kodo resolution kitchen needs to do aqua or hayu as tweedo sign aqua dot high bandage nishakod. Dito at that is nita no resolution at the yila occur Nikaochi no University of Arizona yesterday late koho Nikaochi the resolution igi yego bitzilo beta is nita no nakon resolution kitchen this source upon Nikaochi ashon the resolution had passed that day. That's a night of kid. I don't have to come the chapter meeting that is in needs could you hold geez.
Oh, yeah, Phyllis. John going to get the house and the nep is hot own and it at hot ego the neck at regal on hiata ho the hot egon hit out or yet arch a heel inle. A hot end and John in la Phyllis.
Oh, yeah.
Do quagge. She de ya night kippen ya those knees go. A council. I'm going to ask for a motion to put this on the floor for questions. Do we have a motion? Motion by Myra Begay. Do we have a second? Second by Angie Williams. So now we're open for questions, comments. I think Nelson has a comment or a question.
Thank you, Gerald. And thank you, everybody, working on doing the research for Tuba City's wastewater. And as the Navajo Nation, we're behind in the times as far as a lot of the technology. Wastewater is a big one. The bigger cities, they clean their wastewater. They water their sports fields, their golf courses, their commercial landscapes. They even create and restore riparian habitats, and they even recharge their groundwater aquifers. So, those are the most common uses of recycled wastewater. We can call it reclaimed water. And another big aspect that most people don't know of is that down in Phoenix, they actually recycle their solid waste and they turn it into fertilizer. And they grow cotton in their cotton fields down there. They grow hay and alfalfa that we feed our animals, our sheep, our cattle, our horses. So I'm glad this is going on. I congratulate you guys. I commend your ground breaking for moving us forward and advancing us. And I just want to share some of the reason I'm excited and I want to comment is because I've done research on Navajo on energy behavior, and water is energy. So And the calculations that I came out with, and this is just, you know, a generality, but I want to take 3 aspects of water, which would be a shower, a toilet, and washing machines. And quickly, a standard shower head is 3 gallons per minute. Most people take 15-minute showers. That's 45 gallons. And average household in Navajo Nation is 4 people. So you're looking at 180 gallons a day times 365 days a year. That's 65,700 gallons of water for showering. And in Tuba, we have about 4,000 households. So we're looking at 2,628,000,000 gallons of water just for showering in 1 year. And we're not recycling it. You know, it's just going down the hill. And for the toilet, it's average. The standard toilet is 2 gallons. Say we use it 2 times a day, and there's 4 people again in a household. And you multiply it by 4,000 because we have 4,000 homes. It's 365 days a year. And we're talking, again, close to 1 billion gallons. And washing machines, a standard washing machine is 20 gallons per wash. So I broke it down to 1 load a day for a family of 4, 365 days a year times 4,000 households. We're looking at 29 million gallons. And we're talking about 2 billion, 1 billion, 29 million gallons of water in just Tuba City. So I hope you guys, you know, are very successful in your research, and your research is the data you collect. You're able to not just help Tuba City, but, you know, the nation, because we are in a drought. We have ranchers, farmers looking for water, for food, and for their animals. So I just want to make that comment and give out a little more information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nelson. I think that was just a comment. No question there, so we're going to go to Duran. Duran has a comment or a question here.
Thank you, Mr. Keats. So this is just a comment on behalf of Diné College. There is a summary that Dr. Hakeem presented. So this is a 3-year project. And, you know, one of the things to really emphasize is that this is only for experimental use only. It's not for human food consumption. It's only an experiment to see how well food grows using, you know, treated water, I guess. I think that's what it is. So there is a comment from Talea Dugai, and I believe that's Lucille that's using that name. So her comment is, we don't eat cotton. Are we going to get smarter for approving this? What happened to our teach? So I guess in response to that comment, again, what I notated earlier from Dr. Hakeem's summary is, this is not for human consumption. Again, it's only an experiment that they're running with. And, you know, I think that last PowerPoint that they showed is, we want our Navajo kids to become scientists. We want our Navajo kids to be research people, you know. Not NASA, there's a Navajo guy that helped, you know, get that rover up into Mars. And then wasn't there a movie with one of the actors where he was on another planet? He had to use human waste as a fertilizer to grow potatoes. And that's what he survived on. I forget that movie. But this, again, this is only an experience, an experiment. And one of the supporting documents that Dr. Hakeem submitted along with this resolution is an exempt letter from the Diné College IRB, exempt letter from the U of A IRB, a letter of support from the Navajo Nation Department of Health, a letter of support from the Navajo Nation EPA. The Navajo Nation president also did a letter of support for this experiment, and then as well as one coming from NTUA and again U of A. So, you know, they've reached out to these various organizations to get a letter of support to support this experiment. Again, this is only an experiment and research study. Thank you.
Thank you, Duran. I didn't hear any questions there, but it's a comment, so thank you. Stephen, go ahead.
About this, decision to support horticulture reuse. So it should have different kind of title. It will do on spirits. Should I change their title? Something like that. I don't know. Because what's going to happen, it's going to go all over the whole nation. Horticulture farmer. Tuba City, reuse the lay and their wastewater. We don't have a wastewater. Lagoon. Tuba City doesn't have it. It's down in Prairie Valley. It's coal mine. Yeah, coal mine grazing area. That's where the lagoon is located. So Tuba City got to get its own long lagoon. So that see? And also on behalf of the farmer, get at the yagi, Karatina ye, the unita. Are not a Karatincho, it's on Nashi to the end. Do that. Are yet not dado. Kinalta to the Yos. Was on Nagarati, Joina Dada Harada Harishi Twiko, Ton Chogi, Jacar Varsi the Lazan. Isn't deep Sarayi Nasni? We don't know where it came from. We don't know it. Yeah, it's a good study to do. But I would recommend it change the title. But I don't want to use it, saying that this can be reused better on the farmland. We got grazing official down in Tuba City, down in Curly Valley, and then we got county supervisor, get at the Cleoya, cut out of shit up, out of gate sleigh, but form more beyond it. There's another way they can do it. Out on that side up, what they don't need all this. Twin Chorib are all yada, the Nishi all this. You are at Karatin Hallo, it's all. We open a lot of doors. Good. Can't flat step there. The reason the wastewater was honest, we're skiing. Was a long time. Yes, I saw that also. Yeah. I would, right now, I'm kind of against it. Without that, they're going to be doing experiment. Out of him, a doctor. Can he stay on it? Can he stay for 3 years? So that, that's a dog cost of that. And also, the last one, that was treatment of lagoon. Lagoon. Tuba City, they will move it across into the farmland. And also they want to do a treatment center right there. Treatment, that's all they need. So NTA came by, did a presentation. Before the District Grazing Committee, three district grazing committee, and then the camera. Everybody was totally against it. Yeah, they got all they spoke against it. Get it, Glaggy. DICA. It's a cultural resource. The kitchen died. And what was the person that had the grazing area went against it and wrote a letter to us, to the NTA. Take it across, leave it that way, and do your treatment center or lagoon. So District Grazing Committee, so we passed a resolution, opposed to have a lagoon on a farmland, to have a treatment center facility on the farmland. So so we gave it to DOJ, Urban Chief. I thought less District Grazing Committee. Just to let you know on that one. So we do, you can go the other way around. We do another resolution as experience. Yeah, that's what they need. They got to experience what a virus can do to the water line. What is they going to do to the water line? Down in Phoenix. They're already doing experiments on there. Go there. Well, so later, I think that is
Thank you, Ms. Arizona. Do we have any other comments? No comments? Dee,
Gerald.
Hello?
This is Rosemary Williams. I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. The lagoon by Yata City. NTUA is the one that's asking for it. It's mainly for our young generation. Great grandkids, so this is my thought. The Tuba City is within the Tuba City zoning area. Lagoon, maybe by the old airport. That way, young generation I think we all ourselves is forget who we are and what we really want to do for our young generation.
We're just running with whatever thoughts we think we can do and we can get. And looking back, like you were saying yourself today, there was a lot of kids that were not having any problem back then when you were young. When I was young, we didn't have hardly any handicapped kids. We hardly had disability kids. I don't remember anybody with asthma. I've lived up here at Rare Metals all my life, 66 years now. And I live by the uranium site. I play in it. There's still nothing wrong with me. It's either in the air or in our food. That's what's causing it. Not something that's floating around out there. And yes, with the lagoon that you guys are trying to set out there, it is not good. And then, like we say, I've been a farmer all my life, both generations, my nullies and my che. Of course, ceremonial purpose, you see, and then we get our kids, I pray with what I have year round for my people. I prayed last night, I prayed this morning for this chapter house, and like everybody's commented, you guys do a good job. I love it, I like it. But there's a place where we need to hear, sure. So they're talking about all this, so it's an experiment. I don't know where else this experiment should be taken. This is from my heart. Water community Curly Valley, only that natural water, rainwater, snow water, and then that need yes, that's a beautiful and a great idea. But with the lagoon, they have chemical in there. What if it affects all our kids? Then what? Then what are we going to say? Did we make a good choice for our kids? What if it triples all our handicap? All these little things need to be thought of, or either find out there's another good way to go about to make a better lagoon elsewhere. Thank you very much. This is Rosemary Williams. I'm a farmer and a rancher.
Mrs. Williams.
Gerald.
Who's this?
Lucille.
Go ahead, Lucille.
Oh, yeah, Council not only to Myra, Gerald Chanel, the chapter secretary treasurer, I'm sorry, but introduce it issue la all such kind of audition. Kia on in Shin dot as a Fanabush Chin Sadeshkish National dot in Dashi or and Codon Hadasata. On his tradition shut down Gerald, the Hobbit Shina, that's a lethal weapon, Shlila, other Zani. What end did the Bayadaki, Ani, Joe, decent star, had the Beck Edeliet or Joe Siki, Niheya Kodo, farm board, or ranch in Nikita Nil on. Generally, cities go just study just on ya. Actually, I called must tweet at the Leho. Corner go na zone, isn't that the shitle. I call Fansida case did the Becca's did that wastewater hutne. Did the call Miss William Yalti, did the let the Hiki wastewater Hiki to a tampon, so the that Hiki that be Ebony na the quack that is Yaki Bahata needs an ebony at the Shed shine and lay on each thought the get the Tacha yon chonse. Ado apelo da otso hoti sako le town the shi hota ejo ada don da haltkin da do concrete jungle hatne ako shi bata da hol jo the quick shi asthma jo hoba ben hika oje kwa hadit anda di nation hitne bits niki benina ti de jo ban sada kes na halchne she yad ne zna sha sh soke Arod thought the Adred Oltra, the neck college Hatnanigi, Arod former and rancher Congress thought Hastar Igi Lak, say leader. A co, Ban says case go, Njonago, Yan said case Lanson, Arok at Leho on Shane. She's doing her experiment at home. Arok Ada, Hobbit the snow, Arok let Shaggy, not the way. Bahat zedot etlet child a lake elish like not shadan le food administration shande edash leho edik edel yek in le khan sehata aroti khode 3 feet ad a chinde get rid of it ni to eat the neck college ben doesn't tin a ko ebits ado ban sit a case go di the dan kitchen ni di twa Al-Qitaya and Taska accommodato the universities the Ajish U of A Hanani Ajish Nislan Khakadeya al professor and le ako diki hot aban sa case Khaled alato kuch Tuba City jo I get the liye Ani we need other assistance but di Hanani Geya no way Bahat's just short, any than he did. Eben na quite na hota no. Nled hot anit archer no hot poha neta no nana natja. Hot petition they use and it all that this all for the next college, but the hot abanal the higi do. And jo you see that's the higi doctor hot naniki. She not so zado, just like our doctors, they always move away. I'm lucky to have grandkids that are healthy. I see yet shorta needs that all yelly do unled shegi john hitishn shegi in that those microbes hatniki digi Bahatanosson digi rebuild and that legend hitine a coti the baya that ya do hatanis and that had the shin avant al de cote the hatanosson legend hit in Colorado there to hot up and Tuba City. Other Hanne ad with Helia Peter Shehalo Yeski ya yaltki I see ya alle bahata no senda John hit me. Ako did the neck college in the sewer the halonle the main building on she dive bunny aniki the net hallo yen nehat hardly so the do hot outland dal caution to honey and Dutch carta jo quite here yet na den the holoniki I see ye go but how do you say it bahatanits dot on hikayaki chadadil inflationiniki to the hot aban sitekis ado here Gerald, thank you.
Oh, here one is cotton or negate. Yat eto here. I don't know. Did oh, okay. Go ahead, Esther.
Those that are listening out there and who are still here with us live, thank you. If you notice on this agenda here, it's dated 2020, and for myself, This is my first year. I haven't really looked into this, except for the presentation that was given to us last week on this. It's something to really think about. It could go both ways, and all depending what is needed out there for our next generation. I know it's hard to change at times, but sometimes we have to change for our kids and for our grandkids. I always remember what my father used to say to me. He used to always say, I named my kids, every one of them, when they were born. And he always told me, he goes, it really doesn't bother me what you name your kids. You can name them all these fancy names and whatnot. But let me tell you something. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the road, nobody's going to know what your daughter's name is going to be. They're just going to say, what is your last numbers of your Social Security? What is your census number? And that's how they're going to know who you are and where you come from in that way, because everything is all in the system. So I think we just need to regroup on this, and maybe Mr. Kietzel can tell us more about it. I really don't know too much about this, except for the resolution that was given to us and for all the information that Phyllis and the Diné College has been giving us within the past couple of weeks. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther.
So may I say something? This is Brian from Diné College in Saley.
Could you state your name, please?
Brian Dinezosi from Saley.
Go on ahead.
Oh, everybody for who's on the meeting. Due to this project, we're not using sewage water. That's been brought up a number of times. It's already been treated by NTUA. We're only going to use the first year goal, maybe 5 to 6 gallons to use in the laboratory, which is a really small amount. We're not using 20,000 gallons. We're only going to use a small amount the first year. Although once we collect so much information, because water is going to change on the amount that's going to be used throughout the year. We're not going to use too much because we know it's going to freeze. We're going to use a lot more because one, it's going to be hotter. We're going to be drinking more water. So that changes how the water is. So there's a number of viruses out there that live in the ground, although in the air, but we're only talking about this small portion because that's the only thing that we can comment on. Unfortunately, we can't comment on everything else. That's because we have to be focused. Sometimes when you ask all these questions, it's not a straight path, and so we have to go slow at this. We want to see if it's going to work, this nanofilter. The best way to describe a nanofilter is if you roll up a piece of paper, but the water is only going to go in a direction, and all the bad particulates, including other solids, other minerals, stuff that like iron, nickel, and some more others get caught in this filter. And then they're going to look at what's in there because they have to take it apart. What they're talking about, the nanofilters, because if we tear the inside of it, we have to get another one. So, when we start to try to explain the nanofilters, because we can't take it apart. I wish we could, because that way you could see it physically and how complicated this is. It's not something that's easy, but as all of you know through your life, nothing is easy. Education, these experiments, they take time. They don't happen overnight, just like how Mr. Nelson and although Mr. Stevens have said, and I agree actually with Mr. Stevens, the title needs to change because we're not using sewage water. We're already using a treated water that's coming from NTUA. So it's a lot. I wish we could be there in person. That way I could actually show you a filter and explain a little bit more. But because of the virus that's going on, we have to remote like this. So please take the time if you want us to provide more information to you, that can be done.
I'll go shake your head, Mr. Brian. Thank you again, everyone that made comments here. What we're talking about, we have tried to entertain this. This is our third time now. And some of you guys are saying that this is very controversial. We can make it as controversial as we want it to be. That's up to us. What I'm going to say, I don't vote the council. You guys are the ones that vote. But this is just my take. I'm not going to try to persuade anyone, but I just want to give my comment to this. We really want this thing clarified. That's why I asked Dr. Hakeem to bring a Navajo speaker to interpret what this whole thing is about. That's where Phyllis came in, and now Brian comes in. That's the reason why I asked him to come. My understanding, this isn't the chapter thing like some of you guys are saying you guys are going to run with this. No. It's what the community school, our kids, that's where this is coming from. The way it was explained to me from the very start, and then the second one, and then again today, Nakaalchenen lenigi naso nastas li gitiscago daneyago Gay de Jan Sekhes, gay de Yaho Al. Die kan hilgot egi de negibeke Yahbaka kon that's the Hashinelt Echabe Kate neat let the no yell get what house sales there. We're stuck in time here on the Navajo Nation because we don't look forward. Na sotsoho kwas. Hashin za de quinache. Dik adich dois count quadagote yan sahakis. Billaho yat arch halon de yan hilokot. These are the ashes zenike, shanatha or zin lay down. And I'm going to share this with you guys. Nrede niyataho a dag nal tlosh de yoge hashinelt bede yaken ditza holjij ha holjij badat dikha o etahot edolel nal tloshet agedolel Yos not or lil. Benina ya oho a ultra belgana be all inch. Oshe ba akonosin. Be enot edolil naso hagoshi. Hat ishin bedachen no hat ishin. Nita de Schlech Neheran. So the yard eon has adole. Aishi. Be God not it or little lineages of the Hagoshin Rashin be. Oh, iso lech. In the day yan Rashin and lineage got ego. They cut or lech naso. Shadik akunazata stui. Akut ego shanaka or zito ut ego a ilya hashi nilt at ego nit. Did what we're talking about is basically a scientific experiment. Science. Kata ede ya STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Ede akut ego hashina pohnel. There's nothing controversial. Science will gehegi, those are proven. Those are proven things. There's a lot of things that we follow that are not proven. There's a lot of things that we just go about and say, without really knowing. Didik akwa akut edo leshka nenegi ya tochopati nenegi lake lagoon. There's water treatment plants. So the khashinelt do de yan khilpe ho zano akut ego twon lenegi chon ani khadatin tak eto na ta o ani what ego de yan khilchitasta qati de pe eto nil eto kha nida da skato de kushina khenle ad chashit ani da tse twata tse de yat egi da tse eto da tse akut eda behozen ad en dashin das kato ad en da nana eshin kut ego ben yen nata al teto le so kut egon da sil kha tuhana kut ekat ad bellat en da khait ego chito il to tadats ache al ido she ya to tato le ad shohe kut ela thulla kut ela ad shin dan khanana slado le khaishi ta a kucho iho to tadats te kat na al khat ta edeya eben de yejo ba de yahotonne nikel isha atol nil en nidige skillan kelchina atoy ha shit khot egon hekki ta tolle ta kwide chento got ada sat ati de ya bi ha ko ta chito il akut egi il ati de kwage akut out de just based on the information that I got from the very first time they came here. Just based on the information they provided again after we asked them to clarify. And then they came before us again one more time during our coordination meeting so we can fully understand what the impact is going to be. The impact from this study, this experiment is not going to be here tomorrow, next week. It's going to be years and years down the road when everything has been proven that, hey, it is good or it's not good. Even if they do come back and say this water has been tested, it's been analyzed, and it's good to go, then there's going to be some other people that's going to be sitting here that's going to determine if it should be used or not. This is what we're talking about. Scientifically, I think there's a lot of studies that are going on. There's probably a whole lot that is controversial against most of our beliefs, the Navajos. We have people that went to the moon. We have now people that have sent things to Mars. But science will not cease. Science will keep on going. And need to get corner the virus. And so then dead. So they go hostel. So that other potential on ego. So hey, science, what can you do for us? The nun could teach in a record time. In a record time. It has never happened. We have vaccination. That's what science does. So I just want to put that out for you guys to consider. I'm not here to persuade any of you guys' thinking. It's up to you guys right here, council. Phyllis, Brian, Dr. Hakeem. So I think we gave everybody enough time to ask their questions, their comments. So we have a motion, we have a second. This has been on the floor for a while, so now at this time, I want to ask the council for a vote. So all in favor? Myra?
Abstain.
Myra abstain.
In favor? Sester?
Esther's in favor.
Angie in favor?
Angie in favor.
Against, Steve?
Oppose?
Yes, opposed.
Okay. We have 2 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstain, and chair's not voting. So the motion carries. Thank you, council. So with that, again, Hakeem, Dr. Hakeem, Phyllis, Brian from Diné College. Thank you for presenting, and everybody that has made a comment.
Mr. Kito, I'd like to say thank you here in Chicago for working with us and clarifying some of the things that you clarify a lot of the things through the Navajo language, which I had a difficulty doing that. But I want to say thank you, and you're right. This is just an experiment, and it's not something that is going to be so huge. It's just only an experiment that we're going to do. Your kids, people that are living here in Tuba City that go to the next college, they're the one that's going to do the experiment. And they're going to find the findings. And it may be your kids. Some of you said your kids come to the next college. We're going to build our campus. It's going to be a STEM campus, and we're going to do more of these things. And because what we want our kids, we want them to go to other universities and do more. We want them to come back and tell us this is what I found working there. So let's go to, you talked about the fields, you talked about the water, you talked about the prayers and things like that. And this will help them to understand better and to understand more. And that's what we want to give these kids here in Tuba City. We're trying to give them an opportunity to do more. We don't want to limit our kids. And that's our focus here at Diné College. So I just want to say thank you to all those that have made comments. And I've listened to each and every one of you. And yes, I understand because I'm a Navajo. I grew up on the reservation being Gigi and no shoes and herding sheep and things like that. So I understand that. So I just want to say your comments are taken and we will consider them. And as we're continue to plan programs and moving the college forward here in Tuba City, we'll always have these in back of our mind to reflect back on and to say, this is what so-and-so said, or remember this. This is how we're going to take your comments. But I want to say thank you from the bottom of our heart from Diné College. And like you just said, the future. What is the future? We can't stand in the way of progress. Progress is going to continue to go, and if we make negative comments, that's not going to help us. So we need to look at the future. We need to look at for our kids, our grandkids. I have 2 grandkids, and I have to look for their future too. So I just want to say thank you. Dr. Hakim's still sitting with me. We're talking about this, and we just want to say thank you. And from Brian, from Saley, that helped explain things a lot better than I did. Thank you, Brian, for doing that. But I just want to say thank you.
Myra, go ahead.
I just have a comment on the passing of this resolution. I just want to make sure that you did note during the presentation that you will update the board, because it's going to be during our board term that this experiment is going to be taking place, and you'll be updating us annually.
We will be updating you, yes, annually, and like I said, in June or July, and then at the end of the project, we will share the findings with you all.
Thank you.
And even like we have mentioned that we are looking forward for having the members from the community on our advisory board. So you are more than welcome to join us and see everything is open, how we are going to our main aim is just to train our students, our scientists, future scientists, so they can learn the techniques and they can compete in the world. Wherever they go, they can say that, okay, they are coming from Diné College, they know all these techniques, they know all these skills, and we are more than willing to have them on our teams. This is our motto. That's it.
All right.
For this, your helps are very much, your support is very much appreciated, and we thank you for all the time that you all have given to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. With that, we're going to go on to item G, new business. We're going to read the first legislation into the record here. Myra?
Okay. This is a resolution presented to the Tonantes local government. And needed legislation TND 04012021 to support and recommend the research study project Safe School, Safely Reopening Schools Serving Native Children and Adolescents, a public health service project and research study to be conducted by Johns Hopkins Center for American Indian Health. Now therefore be it resolved that 1, the Tonantes local government hereby supports and approves the Johns Hopkins Center for American Indian Health to conduct the research study project Safe Schools, Safely Reopening Schools, Serving Navajo Native Children and the Adolescents, a research study to be conducted by Johns Hopkins Center for American Indian Health.
Thank you, Myra. So do we have to sponsor Alicia Sosi on the line?
Yes, Gerald, this is Alicia Sosi.
Alicia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chapter officials and everyone that's on the line. I'm going to share my screen. It'll be my PowerPoint. Hang on one second. Or Duran, do you have it? Because I'm unable to share my screen.
Yes, Alicia. Yes, it is.
They're going to set you up so you can share your screen.
Okay. All right. Is everyone able to see that?
Yes, we can see it.
All right. So, again, good afternoon, Shay, Alicia, Sosi, and Ishia, na kainishlit, the Bethlehem Bashichin, na kaidashi Chayado, Torichi Nidashanala. I am the research program coordinator with Johns Hopkins Center for American Indian Health. I'll be presenting our Study Safe Schools project, which is reopening schools serving Native children and adolescents safely. So our two project goals are one, helping children safely return to the school settings, and also to inform future programming needs by understanding the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on children and families. So these are our project aims. So we want to support schools in implementing COVID-19 testing as an enhanced safety strategy for in-person learning. We also want to understand the barriers and facilitators to school reopening and implementation of COVID-19 testing from the perspective of families, teachers, staff, and students. And we also want to learn how children and families are coping as they continue with virtual learning or return to in-person learning. Some of our project sites, we have started this project on the White Mountain Apache tribe, and this began in January of this year. We also would like to start this on the Navajo Nation pending federal grant funding from the National Institutes of Health. And the proposed communities are Shiprock, Tuba City, and Chinle. The participating schools will be discussed with each community and school board during the first phase of the project. And we have received support from the Tuba City Unified School District Superintendent. And we look to, once we do get this funding, potentially opening up to more schools. And so this is just a diagram that will represent how we're trying to keep our schools safe. So you see that mask usage is one, we have social distancing, frequent hand washing, cleaning and disinfecting. We also have contact tracing and frequent testing. And so you can see at the beginning that, you know, COVID, the little particles are still going through, but as soon as we start to weave this basket, it starts to, you know, keep our schools safe. And so what we are primarily focusing on this grant is frequent testing. So we want to facilitate COVID testing of school personnel and students as appropriate, which will also add that extra layer of protection against COVID-19. And again, here's our project and research activities. So initially, we want to convene an advisory board in each community to guide project implementation. We also want to support schools and local hospitals in surveillance testing of students and staff. We'll be able to provide test kits, PPE, and other supplies. We'll help to facilitate data reporting, and we'll convene a community of practice for schools and stakeholders to share lessons learned. In our research activities, we'll conduct 4 to 6 focus group discussions and/or in-depth interviews with school personnel, parents or caregivers, and the students, because we want to understand barriers and facilitators to school reopening. We'll conduct brief surveys with school personnel and parents/caregivers to measure acceptability and feasibility of COVID testing in schools. We also want to analyze de-identified testing data to examine uptake and track COVID cases in school. We'll also conduct the longer surveys with parents and caregivers of 500 youth twice a year, because we want to understand educational, social, emotional challenges as youth return to in-person learning, and there will be incentives provided for interviews or surveys. And here's our project timeline. So May 2021 of this year, we want to convene a community advisory board. We also want to convene a community of practice. And in July of this year, we will obtain IRB approval. August of 2021, we'll have focus groups. We'll also support schools in setting up testing. And in September of this year, we'll begin enrollment of caregivers for a longer survey on youth well-being. From August through September of 2021, testing will be implemented. In October, brief surveys related to how acceptable and feasible testing is. So October all the way through May of 2023, we'll have ongoing data collection for longer surveys. In March of 2022, as well as 2023, we'll have data analysis. And on April of 2023, we'll disseminate.
Tap its link button to link them together.
We'll disseminate all of the findings that we have.
Link.
And here you'll have my contact information, but these are also all of the different point people for Chin Lee. We have K Talis 1, Shiprock, S Piochi 1 at jhu.edu. And our principal investigator is Emily Haras, and her email is here. But that is my presentation. I'm able to answer any questions that any of the chapter officials have or anyone that is on the line.
Thank you, Alicia. We'll open it up for a question in here in a bit. I'm going to ask the council for a motion and a second. Do we have a motion?
Motion, Myra.
We have a motion by Myra Begay, second by Angie Williams. Council, questions for Alicia? I'm really expecting a lot of questions since you guys are all school board members here. Esther?
Yes.
It sounds like.
Thank you, Alicia, for your presentation. And as you know, I've only been here for several months, and I've heard several of your presentation. And also, I think there was Jamie, who also did a presentation, I think a couple of months ago. Since I'm pretty new here, presentations and your resolutions are like for different projects out there when they come to us. And since I'm really new here, I'm wondering if whoever your coordinator or whoever your director is within this area, maybe they can, I would like for them to come meet with us along with that young man, Joshua, and kind of give us an update on what's really happening out there so I can be on board with it, because I'm kind of lost in a way. I know that my son works for the same program, but theirs is totally different. And so that's just my question is, when are you able to have your director or someone to come in to tell us what is in our area and why is it the same thing within the rest of the Navajo Nation, and what kind of programs are you guys all running to help us here? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Esther. I'm the site coordinator here for the Tuba City office, but I can definitely set up a presentation where we can meet with the chapter officials so we can provide an update on all of the programming that we have here. I would just need to get in touch with my director, who's Kathleen Noren. She's the field director for all of the sites across Navajo Nation as well as White Mountain Apache. But I can definitely email Duran possibly to schedule a meeting so I can facilitate a presentation to give you guys an overview and an update of all of our current programming here in the Tuba City area.
Okay, thank you. We also have a question from Myra.
Good afternoon. I've heard your presentations before, and I also work closely with the superintendent for the Tuba City Public School. And I know that this was brought up to the school, and they do give you all support. And I just want to make a comment that I think, you know, the sooner you get the support from the reservation schools, you know, the easier it will be to do the readout at the end, come up with a good plan for our kids to keep them safe. I really appreciate the study. I've heard a lot about it and I've read a lot about it as well. So I'm pretty much informed of what your program is trying to accomplish here. And I just want to say thank you and for all your efforts and your support for the schools reopening safely for our kids. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Myra. I don't know if you had a response, Ms. Sosi.
Oh, yeah, thank you for your words, Vice President Myra. I hope that within the coming months where we do approach the community as well as having advisory board developed, we'd like to open to more schools because we want to be able to support all the schools in our area to safely open so we can have the students return to in-person learning. So once we do get the funding, potentially being able to open up more schools and assist more schools, because initially in White Mountain Apache, where it was first started, they started with one school and now they're currently supporting around 7 to 8 schools. So I'm hoping we can mimic that here in Tuba City as well.
Alicia, this is Gerald. Just a quick question. What is the timeline for your study here? I noticed that some of the schools around here in Tuba have opened back up, and the students are back in the classroom.
Yeah, so currently we're hoping to start assisting the public school if and when they do give their support again. But we're hoping that by August, so this upcoming school year, we'll be able to assist. Because currently we still need to, if we do get your support, we'll be approaching the Western Agency Council at their next meeting. And then in July, we'll be asking for IRB approval. And if and when we do have IRB approval, that's when we'll be able to engage the schools and be able to start all of the testing support, as well as providing PPE, and also being able to start enrolling the youth and the caregivers for the surveys. So potentially it would be August of 2021 is when we'll start this project up and running, but we'll start to do our prerequisites, so developing the community advisory board as well as the community within May of this year.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. I think, did you have a question? I think what you're trying to do is needed very much. No, we're hoping that we have some sort of normalcy soon, but I think what we've been through and what we seem to be getting out of, I don't think it's gonna be passed by this fall. I think we're gonna still be living and carrying on the way we are yet for a while. So this study that you guys are going to be doing, I think that's basically something that is needed at every school, at every community. Right now we have some of the students back in school, but I understand there's a lot of students that are staying at the house because the parents don't want the kids to be back in school. So any type of study that happens, whatever you find out, I think those are going to be information that every parent is going to want to hear. So I appreciate what you're trying to do. So the Western Agency Council meeting is going to be in June, so I think you're saying you're going to present there too, so it'll be good to see you there. So council. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, so at this time, I'm gonna ask the council for a vote. All in favor?
Myra, I.
Esther, I.
2,
Angie, in support.
3.
Yes, Steve.
We have 4 support, opposed 0, abstain 1. Motion carries. So thank you again, Mr. Sosi.
Thank you, chapter officials.
Okay, we're going to carry on. Do we have Jason Yazzie on with us? Duran is saying yes, but I want to hear. Jason, are you on with us? I think you're trying to talk, but you're on mute. Duran.
Mr. Yazzie, I believe you're the 729627 number.
Jason Yazzie, we need to hear from you. We have 4 legislation for you. Duran, can you try to reach out to him? We'll go on down to item 6, Nelson Cody's. We're going to read that one into the record here. Legislation number 6.
I need a legislation, one of this is in local government number 0406. I need a legislation of the Tonanestiza local government. I need a legislation number TND 04062021. Tonanestiza local government rescinds legislation TND 020720, which amended and approved acreage change to Tonanestiza local government land withdrawal for the Tuba City new cemetery along Arizona Boulevard in Tuba City, Arizona. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tonanestiza local government hereby approves rescinding legislation TND 02072020.
Thank you, Myra. Sponsor, Nelson Cody Jr. from Loop, Arizona.
Luke Grand Falls. Oh, Council. The reason for the rescind of this land withdrawal is that it was missing language. I submitted a complete package to the Navajo Land Department, who stated that there was some missing language, and because it had already been amended due to the acreage change, I thought best that it to prevent confusion, to just rescind this one and then approve a whole new land withdrawal with the right correct acreage and with the addition of the language that the Navajo Land Administration had provided. So this current resolution is just to rescind the old resolution for the land withdrawal that had been approved prior. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Nelson. Question to open up and put this on the floor for questions, comments. I'm going to need a motion.
This is Andrew. I motion to combine legislation 6, 7, 8, and 9 as it relates to the chapter planner.
Okay, thank you, Angie. We have a motion by Angie Williams to entertain this legislation and then also to combine legislation number 6, 7, 8, and 9 and entertain with one vote. Do we have?
I second.
A second? Okay,
I second.
we have a second by Myra Begay. So we'll go on ahead and read the other three legislation into the record.
I need a legislation TND 04072001. I need a legislation of the Tonanestezza local government. Tonanestezza local government supports and approves a land withdrawal for a community cemetery and veteran cemetery development of 49.80 plus or minus acres located in Tuba City, Arizona. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tonanestezza local government hereby approves 49.8 acres more or less of land withdrawal for the purpose of veterans and community cemeteries on the east side and west side of Arizona Boulevard in Tuba City, Arizona. 2, the Tonanestezza local government requests proper offices of the Navajo Nation to do all things necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of this resolution. Number 3, the Tonanestezza local government hereby supports and recognizes this land withdrawal for community development, which may include but is not limited to the following purposes: housing, education, economic development, healthcare facilities, public use or governmental use. Industrial development is not supported for this area. I need a resolution TND 04082021, resolution of the Tonanestezza local government. Tonanestezza local government rescinds legislation TND 02132020, which amended and approved acreage change to Tonanestezza local government land withdrawal for the Tuba City Sports Complex at Old Airport area, Tuba City, Arizona. Now therefore be it resolved, the Tonanestezza local government hereby rescinds legislation TND 02132020. And I need a resolution TND 04092021, resolution of the Tonanestezza local government. Tonanestezza local government supports and approves a land withdrawal for 85 plus or minus acres for the Tuba City Sports Complex at Old Airport in Tuba City, Arizona. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tonanestezza local government hereby supports and approves 85 plus or minus acres of land withdrawal on south side of Monavi Road in Tuba City, Arizona. The Tonanestezza local government requests proper offices of the Navajo Nation to do all things necessary to carry out the intent and purpose of this resolution. Number 3, the Tonanestezza local government hereby supports and recognizes this land withdrawal for community development, which may include but is not limited to the following purposes: housing, education, economic development, healthcare facilities, public use or governmental use. Industrial development is not supported for this area. TND 04102021, and need a legislation of the resolution of the Tonanestezza local government approving the resignation of Myra Begay as a member of the Tonanestezza local government. Planning. Oh, that's it. That's what I thought. Okay, sorry. What? I saw Nelson's name on there and I just kept going. Okay. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mara. We sort of got carried away here, but that's good. So we're going to go back to the sponsor, Nelson Cody, to go on ahead and tell us about legislation number 7, 8, and 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. Legislation number 7 is after number 6, they talk about both the community cemetery and the veteran cemetery. Number 6 was to rescind because it had already amended a previous resolution of that land withdrawal. And once for that was rescinded, and number 7 would be to approve the community cemetery and veteran cemetery, but again with the additional language that Ms. Begay had read off, emphasizing that the land withdrawal would not become an industrial site or be used as an industrial site. Legislation number 8 again rescinds a land withdrawal, which would have been for the Tuba City Sports Complex. Again, it was missing the language necessary that was required from the Navajo Land Administration. And legislation number 9, again relating to the sports complex, after being rescinded, it is going to withdraw the sports complex area that has the necessary language wanted by the Navajo Land Administration, and again for the area not to be used for industrial use. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. So okay. Sorry. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Do we have any question for Mr. Nelson? No question. Go ahead, Stephen.
You brought up a VOR over the old airport. An antenna, high antenna frequency. What's the status on it?
The status on the VOR? The Land Administration is waiting for the official resolution for the land withdrawal, and then they can put it in front of the Navajo Land Administration manager, Mr. Halona. So they're waiting on the resolution to go ahead and determine that the status, whether it would be that we're going to be able to withdraw all 85 acres, or the Land Administration is going to go ahead and take out the FAA VOR area of about 500 feet circumference. But they are waiting the land withdrawal resolution and then they're going to go ahead and again put it in front of the Navajo Land Administration Department manager.
Okay, any others? No other comments or question? I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Myra, I support.
Esther?
Support, yes.
Angie? Stephen?
Okay.
Okay, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Nelson. Good job. Duran, did we get Jason back on?
Jason, are you back on?
Mr. Jason Yazzie, are you back on with us? Keep on reaching out. You'll go to
Okay,
number
yeah,
10.
go ahead and go on.
Okay, we're going to read number 10 into the record here.
Hello.
Sorry. I need a legislation TND 04102021, resolution of the Tonanesteza local government approving the resignation of Myra Begay as a member of the Tonanesteza local government planning and zoning. Now therefore be it resolved, the Tonanesteza local government hereby approves the resignation of Myra Begay as a member of the Tuba City Government Planning and Zoning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. Sponsor again, Nelson.
I asked the resolution as a formality, as Ms. Begay has become our new chapter vice president, and she can't hold both offices. So I assumed she wanted to be the chapter vice president because she ran, and she can't be president of the planning and zoning. So that's why I asked for the resignation and put in the resolution.
Okay, thank you, Nelson. With that, I'm going to ask for a motion.
This is Angie. I motion.
We have a motion by Ann.
Legislation 10, 11, and 12 as it relates to our chapter planner.
Okay, we have a motion by Angie Williams to combine legislation 10, 11, and 12 and entertain with one vote as it pertains to the sponsors. It has the same sponsor and is pertaining to the planning and zoning here at Tuba City chapter. Do we have a second? Second by Myra Begay. So again, Nelson, can you tell us about 11 and 12 here?
Thank you, Mr. President. Number 11 is also a resignation for Ms. Genevieve Bighorse, a member of the Planning and Zoning. She put in a letter to resign about a week and a half ago. So I honored her request and I put in this resolution on behalf of Genevieve Bighorse. And number 12, as and the planning and zoning meetings came to a halt. The planning and zoning did not have any meetings going on during the pandemic in 2020. And so after Ms. Begay, former president of planning and zoning, had become Ms. Vice President Begay, I went ahead and I also didn't hear from the planning and zoning for about a good month and a half. So I started to reach out to the community for new members, and once I was able to contact the planning and zoning, that's when Ms. Begay, Ms. Bighorse, was mentioning resignation. So Ms. Velma Begay, she inquired, put in an application, a resume, and a letter of interest for planning and zoning. So I honored her request to put in a resolution for her to be approved to become a planning and zoning committee member for Tonanesteza local government.
Thank you, Nell. So with that, we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any questions?
I have one, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
For positions like this, I'm an in-law, but is there any way for me to have a position like this? I have 2 degrees, I have extensive business background, project management experience, all kinds of useful skills. Is there any way that I could put those to use to help in better ways, like actually get one of the, like a position like this, or is it not even possible for me?
Okay, Mr. Joshua, first question I want to have for you is, where do you reside?
Kayenta.
Kayenta, it's just right over the hill, huh? And
Yes, sir.
how well do you know Tuba City?
I'm pretty familiar, but I probably not as much as a local. I travel there often. I know quite a few of the locals. Many of them have shown interest in some of our programs. I've worked closely with as many people as I can in the year and a half, 2 years that we've been here. My wife's family is from Kayenta. Tuba, I see as more of an opportunity because it's more of the larger cities in the Western Agency. So I just see the potential of benefit for me there better than Kayenta. Kayenta's good too, but my uncle here is already on the commissioner's board, and I think they're doing a great job. So, but I think that I think that's also conflict of interest if I get involved over here. But I think in Tuba, I could do a lot.
You are welcome with your interests. One thing that is required, Joshua, is that you be a registered voter here in Tuba to actually hold one of the position. But what I can share with you, Mr. Nelson Cody, our community planner, is talking about having an advisory board or a committee that can work with the planning and zoning together with them so they can go on ahead and plan for this community here. If you're interested in that, we would more than welcome you here into Tuba City. But as far as the actual planning and zoning committee member, you have to be a registered voter, but you can be on the advisory. So if you're interested in that, I think Nelson has something to say on this. Hold
on. Thank you. I'm more than happy to welcome you to an advisory council to go ahead and assist and participate in the planning and zoning. Again, you do have to be a Navajo registered voter, particularly with this chapter. So, but again, you can definitely participate in the planning and zoning meetings as an advisory council member that I'm going to get started. Okay, and council, I'd like to have Velma speak. She's on the line. Go ahead, Velma.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
Velma.
Oh.
Let me get back to Joshua. I think he was asking, and I don't know if he heard our response. Joshua, do you have any kind of...
Yes. I put it in the chat because I didn't want to interrupt you guys any further, but yes, thank you very much. That would work perfect. I just wanted the opportunity to have my voice heard as well. That I respect the culture and understand that, up until now that's kind of been a thing reserved for the Navajo people. But you had mentioned earlier, like science, that progresses, and we need to move forward with it in the proper manners. And so this to me shows that progress. And I'm greatly appreciative of the opportunity. I highly respect what you guys do. So no, thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. The reason why Nelson thought about the advisory is because having the planning and zoning members just be a voting member of the community sort of puts a barrier. So to get past that is where the advisory council is what he thought of. So we can have more input from community members, especially those that are not voting here in Tuba City, but they live here. They vote elsewhere in other chapters, but we have a lot of community members that are actually living here in the community that vote elsewhere. So to get by that is where this advisory council is coming into play. So you are more than welcome to come and participate in the planning of this community here. So I just want to share that with you. Again, thank you for your interest in Tuba City here. With that.
Yes, and thank you.
Thank you. Velma, Yat A.
Oh, Yat A.
Yeah, thank you for your interest. You can introduce yourself to the new members. You know them all, but you can introduce yourself since you're going to be a new member for us.
Hakoshe, Tiat Anotwa. She Sandra Kenne, Sledo Twitch a Pashin, Senajine, the Shada, Hanagani, the Shanala, put our a son in Slim. A call, corn chicken be toward the cornashnish, a call human resources, though administrative assistant secretary, Shlom. Since August of 2020, cornashnish, Shiliat or Conshagan stop. I don't late when this is the audit they gonna stop. So they were I heard about the position I call Francis Castle, and I thought, I wonder what I can do only zinc. I call late when this is it the Shiaho up. I call that the old hospital, yeah. Shit this champ. I call I was born and raised in the community. I called it almost every nook and cranny in Tuba City I know. I felt that I could be of assistance to this committee and help out. Because, Shay, I have an undergraduate degree from Arizona State University. Although I have my master's degree from Grand Canyon University. My master's degree is in leadership. Although, with those kinds of my education, my experience, with the family that I was raised in, I really feel like I can do a lot with this committee. On social media, there's a group that says they talk about remembering Tuba City way back when. Le South Tuba de Adishiaho up. We used to get our water from the spring down there, artesian well. I remember walking down that hill with 2 buckets, and I fill 1 bucket and walk back up. I was thinking about all of that. Nana, later on today, I listened to people talking about the sewer and the water, all of these things. And I feel that I can be a good committee member with what I have, my background, living off the reservation. I lived in Dallas, Texas for a number of years and came back, and I lived in Phoenix and Tempe and, went to school at different places. So being that I've been around here and there, and learned so much from the outside world, we're Navajo. No one's going to change that. But we need to bring up what the community has. We need to bring that up to standards. And I think that the committee needs to have a plan in place. We need to look at, what does Tuba City really need? What do our children need? We need to look at those kinds of things. And there's questions that I always ask myself: who, what, when, where, why, and how. That's what this committee can do. Who would the committee be? Myself and all the other people that are on it. And so there's so many things that I feel that can be improved, and I can be a part of it. So evening, I put my paperwork in. So and you all are doing an awesome job. And I have never been in a meeting, and I tell you the truth, that started at 9 o'clock and is still going, and it's 4. All day. I've never been in a chapter meeting this long. But I still do minutes for the school board here. I still take care of things like that, and I do their things like their stipends and just different things that I'm involved in for the school board. So I just, I haven't left my old job behind, although I'm not sitting there. It's with me all the time. So I can't idea.
Joya Ananat Velma. This is Myra Begay. Our chapter president had to step out for a few minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and take over the meeting from here. And I just want to say that I do appreciate you, and I've worked with you, and I know the ideas and the plans and thoughts that you have for our community, and you've always been very passionate about it, and I just want to thank you. So right now, moving forward, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to combine 10, 11, and 12. I'll go ahead and do a vote now. All in favor? Esther?
Angie in favor.
3 in favor. 4 in favor, I'm sorry. 4 in favor, 0 oppose, and abstain. And our chapter president is back, so I'll give the floor back to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Myra. So we had a vote on the 3 legislation that was on the floor, and it passed. So, Velma, I didn't mean to walk out on your introduction, but we have a gentleman that wanted to talk to me that was only here he has to go back. You probably know him, Mr. Wallace Handley.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was outside and he really needed to talk to me. So I had to excuse myself for a bit, and I hope you understand. So, Ekote Jean Velma. And also...
Oh, yes, I know him.
Okay.
Very well.
I just want to say to you, thank you for staying in touch, and you're going to continue to work with us here from a different capacity. And you know what we've been up against here. So I'm glad you're willing to join in again.
Oh.
Nelson wants to make a comment here.
Thank you, Velma, and congratulations. I just want the public to know that we still got one more opening for a planning and zoning committee member. So I'll go ahead and give that to our media department again to announce. And I just want to announce that here at the chapter meeting. Yeah.
Thank you, Nelson. Yes, we are wanting to have a full crew here, Tuba City chapter planning and zoning. There's a lot that needs to be done yet. A lot has happened, but we still need to continue. So if there's anybody that you guys know out there that is willing to come in and what people say, step up to the plate to plan for Tuba City. So we have a person from Cayenta that's interested in it. So just so happens, Mr. Joshua, I see your name still up there. Our executive manager is from Cayenta too, Duran Begay, and she's been here with us for a while. So just for your information, Akotela, Duran, did you get hold of Jason?
Yes, sir. He's right on the screen as Jason Y. So Jason, you're up next.
Jason. Jason, you're muted. Can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself?
Mr. Yazzie, we see you on the screen, but we can't hear you.
Is the speaker going?
He's on mute.
Mr. Yazzie, push *6 to unmute yourself. There you go.
Nikidan Saya Jason. Mr. Jason Yazzie.
Can anybody hear us in the internet world out there? Someone just say something.
I'm on the internet. I can hear you.
Okay, Velma, thank you.
We're having issues trying to reach out to Mr. Jason Yazzie.
It's not us, it's Mr. Yazzie. Mr. Yazzie has issues. Oh my gosh.
We have an issue that's including him.
Yeah, it's on his end.
Yeah, Mr. Yazzie, we can't hear you.
Okay, well, we're trying to fix that. Jason Ashonde, we need to hear you. We have 4 legislation to entertain for you, and it's of interest to us too. So please see how we can get you to talk so we can hear you. While we're waiting, can we go to legislation 13? Can we read that into the record, please?
I need a legislation number 10D04. I need a legislation TND 04132021. I need a legislation of the Twin Anestiza local government accepting and approving the Healthy Dene Act fiscal year 2020 revenue for fiscal year 2021 distribution and budget in the amount of $21,986. Now therefore be it resolved that 1, the Twin Anestiza local government or Twin Anestiza Council of Nantani hereby accepts and approves the Healthy Dene Act FY 2020 revenue for FY 2021 distribution and budget in the amount of $21,986.
Thank you, Myra. Sponsor, Duran.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Chapter officials, for those of you that are still on with us online, so good afternoon. My name is Duran Begay, and I'm the manager for the chapter here. So what was read into the records is accepting and approving the Healthy Donut Act allocation that we were given of $21,986. So, which is also known as the junk food tax. So that is in, on our side through chapter funds, that's gonna be Fund 40 for us. We have it titled as the unhealthy food tax, but it's actually the Healthy Dinner Act, otherwise known as the junk food tax. So for this amount, $21,986, proposing to put all of this funding into pre-planning activities that will consist of paying consultants, contractors, any type of fees for feasibility studies, paying for conceptual site plans, land withdrawals, right-of-way clearances, those type of pre-planning costs that are associated with, you know, the infrastructure that we're looking at the top of the old airport. So, which is the sports complex that we are looking at up there. So, that's where I am proposing to put all of this funding at. And just to comment, the amount that we were given this year, it's not as much as we've been getting in the past years because of, you know, revenues being down all across not only the nation but the U.S. as well because of what we're all going through, the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of our stores, you know, were closed, especially here on the Navajo Nation where we had curfew hours. We had weekend curfew hours where, you know, they were closed over the weekend. So not a lot of revenues have come in, but we're thankful. I'm thankful that we still get something, you know, that will go into future planning for our community here. Thank you.
Thank you, Duran. With that, Council, do we have a motion?
This is Angie, a motion to combine legislation 13 and 14.
Okay, we have a motion by Angie Williams to combine legislation 13 and 14 since it's pertaining to Tuba City fiscal matters, and the sponsor is both, the sponsor for both is Duran Begay. So do we have a second? Second by Myra Begay.
Second, Myra.
Second by Myra Begay. So we'll read the legislation number 14 into the record.
Anita, yes. Anita legislation TND 04142021. Anita legislation of Tonanessiza local government accepting and approving the Navajo Nation sales tax fiscal year 2020 revenue for fiscal year 2021 and budget in the amount of $88,659. Now therefore be it resolved that 1, the Tonanessiza local government Tuba City, Tonanessiza Council of Natani hereby accepts and approves the Navajo Nation sales tax FY 2020 revenue for FY 2021 and budget in the amount of $88,659.
Thank you, Myra. With that, Duran.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, Council chapter officials and those of you that are still online with us. So this one pertains to another allocation from the Navajo Nation sales tax revenue from 2020, and this amount is for $88,659. So the budget for this one, and what I had proposed to you all during our coordination meeting back on the 31st, was to start looking into and purchasing a modular building for our chapter administration staff. I believe we have outgrown our chapter. As some of you that are online with us and the officials, we've been in the same building probably since 1970. I go by that gold shovel up there when they had the groundbreaking ceremony. And then from that time to now, there just has been, add-ons, additions. The front office with the other office up front, those have been added on. And then the back side of this building has been added on. And we've just outgrown our building. Our staff will probably continue to grow, so we need some more office rooms. And we are one of the larger chapters, on the reservation, so it would be fitting to just go with the route of modular buildings. As you can see, we are having problems with trying to draw down funds for the senior center building. It's going to take years if we decide to, put up a building ourselves. We have the funds, but we would probably want to go after bigger money. We have talked about a multi-purpose building. With Odo's request to start getting something together, we are trying to obtain building, design of admin 1 and 2 from Window Rock to see if we could follow something like that here in Tuba City, a one-stop shop, but again, that's going to take some time. So I'm requesting that we use this money to start purchasing a modular building for ourselves. For the chapter admin, we move in there and then decided the chapter house, we can start renovating it, upgrading the flooring. The offices on this back side is in dire need of either being demolished and redone. Our concrete flooring in the back is not good. We have a lot of water that settles on the back side of that building. So, thank you.
Thank you, Duran. What else you did? You did na kids in the ligin East John na liado little. We have a second. We have a motion and a second. So, question. Any questions for Duran? Any questions for Duran? If no question, then I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor? Myra?
Aye.
Esther?
In favor, this is Esther.
Angie?
In favor, this is Angie.
Stephen? Biga, Janne. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting. The motion carries. So we're done with, we're going to go back one more time. Jason Yazzie, are you with us?
He says he can hear and see us, he just can't get his microphone to work. And he has called IT to help him with it. But on the screen, it shows that he's unmuted. He can hear us, it's just we can't hear him.
One of you guys' phone.
Here, let me call him on.
Okay. Nisha abstain in la. This last vote, abstain Nishi in favors.
Jason.
So the vote, Esther, the vote from the last one is 3-0-2.
He said his oppose.
Oppose.
Oppose or abstain? Abstain.
3-0-2. Yeah.
3-0-2.
The money.
So I have him on speaker. Do I just hold it up to here? Okay. Jason, he's on, Mr. Kitsa. Here, I'll give it to you instead.
These are approved.
Ja, det är Jason.
Oh, ja, det.
Nikiden sa ja.
Oh, det sa då.
Nikin Hawashi. It's a good thing we have these other phones. I don't know what's going on with your phone, but Kweshi, we have 4 legislation. A large igi nihigi idol taisha. To be kerosene do lek. To be kerosene that they are not winch at all isha. Mara, legislation number 2, please read into the record, please.
Okay, I need the legislation TND 04022021, resolution of the Tonanestiza local government supporting the issuance of a tribal access authorization agreement from the Navajo Nation to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for a utility corridor beginning with the installation of fiber and other associated items within the Tonanestiza community, for expanding and enhancing communication services to Verizon Tower. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tonanestiza local government supports the Navajo Nation's issuance of a tribal access authorization to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for a utility corridor.
Pigo here.
Oh,
I'll make a motion.
Okay, question, Jason, you're the sponsor, so you can go on ahead and tell us about this.
Okay. We have a customer, Verizon. They have a tower. Led AmeriGas propane, but not Joe. The north side, Joe, they have a tower. And we recently built the backbone for fiber up to Tuba City, and we had served the Tuba City boarding school. So we're proposing to Verizon Tower is asking for the fiber, and the reason for that is that they can provide more. Their internet can streamline out if we provide them the fiber. Their not only their internet but also their telephone use. They can hold a lot more information, and they want the fiber from us, and our proposal is to the tower is from the boarding school, Yatiniki, on the south side of the Willow Road, underground. We're going to tap into there with the existing fiber going to the school, and then we're going to go due west all the way about 2,000 feet all the way to Verizon Tower.
they can provide the internet services at a faster rate, and they're trying to do that for the community of Tuba City. So that's what that's what the resolution is for. And if there are any questions, please ask. Oh yeah.
Jason, question to open this up for questions or comments. I'm gonna need a motion. Council.
Myra, motion.
Motion by Myra Gaze, second by Stephen, Arizona.
I'll go ahead and have number 2, 3, and 4, and 5 to combine it. It's talking about optic fiber and then also talking about school.
Okay, back to the motioning, the seconding part. They're wanting to combine all 4 legislation sponsored by Jason Iazzi and pertaining to fiber optics. So we're going to combine all 4 and entertain with 1 vote. Question legislation 3, 4, and 5. We get Jason.
Okay.
Anita legislation TND 04032021, resolution of the Tonanestiza local government supporting the issuance of a tribal access authorization agreement from the Navajo Nation to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution line with fiber optic cable within the Tonanestiza local government, for expanding and enhancing communication services to Tinabasha Between Elementary School and Gap Bodaway community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tonanestiza local government supports the Navajo Nation's issuance of a tribal access authorization to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution line with fiber optic cable. Anita legislation TND 04042021, resolution of Tonanestiza local government supporting the issuance of a tribal access authorization agreement from the Navajo Nation to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution line with fiber optic cable within the Tonanestiza local government for expanding and enhancing communication services to Preston Mesa Tower. Now therefore be it resolved that 1, the Tonanestiza local government supports the Navajo Nation's issuance of a tribal access authorization to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution line with fiber optic cable within Preston Mesa. Anita legislation TND 04052021, resolution of the Tonanestiza local government supporting the issuance of a tribal access authorization agreement from the Navajo Nation to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution line with fiber optic cable within the Tonanestiza local government for expanding and enhancing communication services to Zithla Bay Elementary School and Cameron community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tonanestiza local government supports the Navajo Nation's issuance of a tribal access authorization to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution line with the fiber optic cable.
Thank you, Mara. Jason, back to you.
Okay. Verizon fiber optic cable again. So it's be going towards the west again. En the Arizona Boulevard, Monavi Street via. It'll be all aerial. Monavi Street via, it'll go for approximately about maybe a mile and a half, towards the west. And then from there, we'll be connecting attaching it onto the existing power line. That power line does. From there, it's going to take off the power line again with the fiber all the way into Monavi. Power line, Monavi, there's a gap between Monavi to U.S. Highway 89. It's roughly about 2.5 miles. From there, we're gonna continue with the fiber optic line, with the aerial, all the way to U.S. Highway 89. We're gonna attach the fiber back onto the existing power line. From there, we'll go north all the way into Gap Bodaway. And then once we get to Gap Bodaway, then we'll go on into Chinapasapatkin School. Fiber optic, okay. So it's Chinapasapatkin, a resolution, Ajapa. Regarding that resolution.
And just go through all of them first.
Okay. I thought late Monavi, U.S. Highway 89. One fiber will go north, going into Bodaway Gap. The other one, it'll go south, all the way again on existing power line, on the Shadow Mountain power line. We'll be attaching the fiber optic cable to it, to the existing power line. All the way into, I think the old inspection stations on 89, north of Cameron. Power line into it. From there, it's going to keep going south with a brand new line, because we have no power line in the Cameron area. We're going to continue all the way on into Bay Elementary School with the fiber optic. So that'll be the resolution for the Bay resolution. The last one again, we have a fiber. It's already existing from Tonalia to Kaibito. So that line again, it's another proposal, and that will be I think it was Indian Route. Tonalia, the White Mesa, from Tonalia, White Mesa, there, White Mesa, there's a road that goes west. Preston Mesa, go to 211, I think it's 211, Route 211, or 215, does it? So anyways, there's existing power line going up to the existing tower on Preston Mesa. The existing tower, again, that's what we utilize for the radios, like late units, NTUA units, and that. From even from district offices to district offices, and a tower again, and that's, we want to attach the fiber all the way up to that Preston Mesa tower, the radio tower. That's what we're proposing. That would be the last resolution, though, like, for the Costa Mesa Tower.
Akoshin, Jonah Jason. Akoshin Quag, Nadi Kit Pa Adol Nitla Council Nidol Kidazatla. Comments, questions? Go ahead.
It's Lucille again. Anan Hidishkit. Then they President Mesa Bakar, the tweeter, the Anikinini at the radio tower. We ran into something like this in Navajo Mountain. They Navajo Mountain, the Nata, the Bakar, the tweeter, ya, covers the whole Navajo Nation. Ako Ada, Akot An Hail, the Adeda, the Shahada, Ako, Ahne, chapter and Da'ilela, Ako Adiki. That's one of the questions I would have. A con a de bellada social halena that chapter yeah you can't navigate just channel not the beso a button hat nisha ya adiki Navajo Mountain diki ya financial aid that you okay diki channel aid ajo shapan na te nesinde ako o you beso bell on dan the ya yastiki. Once it gets all hooked up, it's the choya that I don't remember if it was Jason, it was Freddie that Freddie Brigade or Shahadian Khana Askan, I can't remember their name, but the Khana Askan the tweeter itself at the whole nation use it I call $60 billion, 60 billion or million for a year. Lay East Coast the ne Stuido Sani retired the golf course of Kenda Sostalan hit on me. A coach peso that the Nisha. A co a Ajasa peso ki Alashiam de Elia. The list was ending, so a quite a negotiate in the data the yarn. The did often that or it's the hand on top of Preston Mesa. It what on hunt a call the ranchers of Montabaniki Haishin like corral or fencing or whatever that cut of the snow in-kind service go bebakata is the permit hadloniki so water the lay water infrastructure the haishin aided the bebakata of just show a the yilan ako ila hai hala halit off to opa that the need na the o that o ada kaya thought of a dot sa no o ada hadit what's coming back to the community? Landa ishehigi bina adishkido left Jason. Ako binina niki yan khashna yeah what I don't touch it on it. So the teacher but best art the language and the yeah that no do adet and do adet the card that ban says case audition for the whole community. Thank you.
I'll go see here, Lucille. Jason, do you have a response?
No, not really. Well, she's not on it, hello, and she in that Oskar, I think should have us. Preston Mesa, I know this is the tower that was built, and we use it for communication purposes amongst the units and the offices. As far as like the giving back, the only thing I can think of is like the I can't think of anything. But yeah, if you guys have questions, you'd want to talk to my managers, and they probably will answer your questions.
Augustine, Jason, we have another question, Kodo. Stephen, go ahead.
The other day, Steve, when I was a grazing official, I guess this will answer Lucille's question. They had a meeting about three to four times with land department. Those people that have permit holder, person Mesa, Yada Bagani, about 3 times, 4 times. I don't know what the negotiate went, but I noticed that they were going to go ahead and give them some money for that small, 50 dashan, yeah, put us car. But so these guys that lives right underneath the President Mission, they approved calling the Basana Pasha right away. So they kind of agreed to it. There's about 5 permit holders that agreed to the tar up there. But so I don't know if they got their money or not. I think it's negotiated between the land. My Haloni. Just how they got together. So they had to agree to the first where I can sign up right away. So far right now, the only problem is, Mr. Jason, just tell NTA they need to take care of the road. I don't know what to stage and I don't know. But I the other kid that was sleeping at the anyway, the they had the right away already. The power lines already there. Has to include the only thing these permit holders let us a tower installation. Like he was saying, we already have tired. You know, he can show it on a map, all right.
Augustine, Stephen. I don't know if you understand that, Jason. Again, you can respond if you want. I think we have another comment, Kodo. Myra, go ahead.
Just kind of on the same note, Jason, I used to work as a land use planner over in coal mine several years ago, and I was a big part in the tower that went up over there on that little mesa by the chapter house. So in reading off of these resolutions, the first resolution, Verizon wanting this service to be provided to them, my comment is I'm just sure that they are not getting the service for free. Just a comment. Thank you.
Any others?
Yes, if I could.
Okay, go ahead.
I did put this in the chat, but for all intents and purposes. Last year I spoke with Nelson Cody. We sat down and had a meeting about fiber expansion in Tuba. I'm not sure if this is completely related, but we have a plan in place. Since that meeting, we've elaborated on that idea. We've built it out into a much greater idea that is very, very possible to achieve with the right support. But I am partnered with a gentleman, an ISP out of Colorado. They currently support over 700 customers. He is interested in utilizing the 2.4 gig network that is not currently being utilized out here, the one that was allocated to the tribes by the federal government, to offer a wide kind of like blanket Wi-Fi. If you go into a page, you drive in a page, you get the page Wi-Fi that comes with up on your phone. Something similar to that in certain areas, like townships, chapter areas, so that we can offer those utilities to locals. And then even you could charge external service providers like Verizon and like Cellular One and all these places that have people and tourists that come through the area utilizing your towers. You can charge them to allow them to use that space as they're traveling through the nation. So if you actually created, a blanket with 5G and the 2.4 gig networks, you could really leverage a good position in the 5G era that's coming. So we have a really good plan for it. We have an idea, but again, I would love the opportunity to speak more of a one-on-one basis on that topic if possible in the future. So I'll put all this in the email, but just putting it out there. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Joshua.
The active plan.
Any others?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's Lucille again. So, Landa itle to on laho does or you best if you go to Gray Mountain, Hotel Benetti, or you ban Sinalia. That Verizon, they have to pay for some. ADG, there's here, Jack Dobbit or somebody has shouted in definition. But anyway, that is they 89 Junction, Ahakito and De Bugatti, Ahakito and down the valley of Badaway Gap, Quato service that then keep that no Jack Dog, Shonda, Everton, Dashish, Brian Kinsel, a quote extend another yarn. It doesn't matter who's extending them. Are we making money on with what we're assigning to a opposition? And Josh has a very good idea and very good plan on that one to partner with. So if you have none there, so a Navajo Mountain, the door, when he spent a husband on it, or that the neck, when we just got into office, and this lady came in and she just threw money at us. In day Twitter, he a peso, he quite beach, and he that nano or you guys did another one. So we didn't know what it was. And we told the Secretary Treasurer, he the count that these misto big that's how I guess was the chapter was getting paid, and I don't know all the extent of it, but let's maybe that needs to that you guys need to sit down and Josh need has your business plan at that because you guys are self-governed we need some of that money to those high power lines in the right of way money and every time when at least is expiring in the a job can but that should illegal because you could them like Venus don't they had a shinjuga never heard of Chong Peso yet that other carriage does it and it no and Chong than he run to hunt the Josh and Sekesi so we do need some of his expertise to do this in addition other in general but we did started on can't go eat oh yeah, I don't know this and something. Yeah.
Lucille. Jason, I guess you heard all of the comments. Kodo. Sitten Sanshi.
Yes, I did.
Hakoshi. In due time, I think NTUA, the corporate office, the big chiefs, they need to respond to concerns like this. So far, just my history with this fiber optics, trying to bring it into Tuba City. It's been a long wait, but I think the only reason why it happened is because of the money that was thrown at us from the government. There was no plans on whatsoever of any kind to extend the fiber optics to the community that you guys are planning on doing. Maybe there was talk, but there was no plans at all. And need a base on the that's how we see it, Kodo. But this is only me. I welcome the extension of the fiber optics. We're finally getting to where we need to be, where these other border towns and other big cities are at. Down in Phoenix, every household's got this coming into their homes. They have Ethernet capability, fast internet service. But anything that we can do to try to provide this, not just for us, but for our kids. Our kids are growing up in this world right now with fast internet. They are dependent on it. The businesses that are here now, they are dependent on it. But on here, any egibenina, hashinzada be ketnitle. When we first started talking about bringing the fiber optics into Tuba City, there was all kinds of obstacles that was thrown at us. And one of the main concerns at that time was what Lucille is saying. Shouldn't they be paying for this themselves? Because they're going to benefit from this. For years to come, NTUA is going to benefit from this. Hashin Zago, how much money is going to be generated from this? But it was up to us, like right here, Tuba City chapter, we asked fiber optics to be brought over here. We were quoted something like 75,000. Those are things that concerns, and I really acknowledge the concern that was pointed out right here. But at the same time, I'm all for extension of this fiber optics into the communities that we have, because we have younger folks. No, but these concerns need to be acknowledged, they need to be addressed. Somewhere down the line, NTUA, the corporate office, need to be made aware of the concerns and the issues out here. I'm just going to bring that out. And then thank you to all of you guys that make your comments, the ones that are online. Thank you, Lucille, for bringing that up. I'm going to call for a vote. We have a motion, we have a second, and we're going to be entertaining all four of the legislation sponsored by Jason Yazzie from NTUA. This is pertaining to Zitla Bay, Preston Mesa, and then also the tower here in Tuba. So that is going to be what we're going to be voting on. So at this time, all in favor?
This is Esther in favor.
We have Esther in favor.
This is Angie in favor.
Angie's in favor.
Steve in favor.
Stephen's in favor.
Myra in favor.
Myra's in favor. So we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed. one not voting. So the motion carried. Isha Donana here, Jason, for coming back online with us, and then sponsoring this. But I just want you to know the concerns and the issues that are out here in the communities. Ishan Habakums and Donana. I'm sure down the line, these concerns, these issues are going to be brought to the corporate too. Jason, yeah,
Oh, those are pretty good concerns, and I will relay that to my supervisors, and I just want to say thank you again, for their support.
How go she in the door?
Oh,
how go on there?
Go on it.
Akola Council, I think we went through all 14 of these now. Let's go to Ilya. Although here I think the Nikitonigi are there. Nikasan and Nothenigi, Nik Nikilonoso, Kunzati Holji, Stonana, comment at those Sagi. The questions that you guys posed, they've all been acknowledged. Those are really good comments that you guys made. Again, get the sneed lick. Aroshi, the announcement about whole G's lick. Quaggy. I'm going to have one of the other council members, Miss Andrew Williams. Mrs. Andrew Williams, can you do the announcement and the next meeting for us?
Thank you. Item H, announcement 1, April 1, April Fool's Day. 2, April 2nd, 2021, Good Friday. 3, April 4, 2021, Easter Sunday. 4, April 7th, 2021, regular chapter meeting at 9 a.m. in person and virtual meeting. 5, April 8, 2021, Navajo Department of Transportation meeting at 2 p.m. virtual meeting. 6, April 21, 2021, Administrative Professional Day. 7, April 22nd, 2021, Earth Day. 5, next meeting. 1, TND LG Coordination Meeting, April 26, 2021 at 9 a.m. 2, TND LG Regular Chapter Meeting, May 2nd, 2021 at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. I would ask you, got to get adjournment by whole G's or the so there's an art season the pay day, you can not sit all day, you have a day, and I'll day and link the question day, Vice President, which they square, so there's an art season the day, and Haid or Lake Myra.
Joe, yeah, Nanat Tunanes is a local government members, President, myself, and the Council of Natani members, Duran, your staff. I just want to thank you guys for all the effort and time you guys put into assisting our chapter, our community, and I just want to acknowledge you for that. Thank you again. Yeah. Aro kodoshi e ya benediction alt is go additional. Do hajon rolet yini di kona a e ya di hu. Kwa elkinane khegi di yini di kona. Njunugo diku amirin bansi koegi ba hetani tsindian ga diku. Njunugo diku naso diku nehi community diba. Anade ni dole ba anade ni dole tieni dihu. Njunugo diku no naka bless in sindole diku naso diku na bitnane katole diku. Twana nested diku community members, everyone across the Navajo Nation in the U.S. Bless each and every one of us. With your help and your favor on our lives, each and every one of us, to keep us safe and keep us from harm. safe travels home to all of our council members and all of our staff and everyone. Amen. Thank you.
Yeah, Myra. John, Donana, Akihat Arnoldson, Council. Myra, Esther, Angie, Stephen, chapter staff, Duran, Nelson, Chantel left, I think, and Mike, thank you for helping us again here. We really appreciate this and having the opportunity to take this out to the community out there without having them come over. So it's been great, and I'd like to say thank you to you. So Adonana Aden Hitwana Flongi Atin the Hen Hidini do the day Yahut Kit. Or the Flon Zashi Hol Nana do your participation for today's meeting. Also. I would add la question day ya adjournment by Hol Jizo. Council, I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion, Myra.
Motion by Myra Begay, second by Angie
motion.
Williams. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Meeting is adjourned. It is 4:37. Thank you.
Where's the meetings posted at?
What's that?
Where are the meetings posted at? Like, where can I get the listing of the meetings? I didn't catch them all.
You're probably talking about the next chapter meeting is going to be May 2nd. And then the coordination meeting, what we call a coordination meeting here in Tuba City, because we don't have a planning meeting. Most planning meetings, the officials, they get stipends, but here in Tuba City, we don't. So rather than calling it a planning meeting, we just call it a coordination meeting. So that's going to happen on the 26th of April. And I think you're talking about one other meeting also that was announced. We, from Tuba City chapter, we have a meeting scheduled with INDOT on April 8th. So.
Okay. Is that posted though? Is there somewhere I can go online to view that all in one location? Like, can I see that somewhere?
That's a good question. That's going to be up to Duran. I don't know where we're all posted. So we will.
Okay. What time then? April or May 2nd? What time May 2nd?
Are you still on Zoom?
Yes.
You're going to see it up there, the next meeting, the time. Okay, what happened to it? Mr. Joshua, can you read the screen?
I can now. Getting the screenshot right now. Done. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all your hard work.
Thank you for so much for being with us. Thank you.
Oh, hey.
Daryl.
Yo.
It's Lucille again. Hey, I'm supposed to be counting my these meetings, and I'm not getting. I have the minutes. I finally got online, and I didn't mean to stick my granddaughter's picture up there, but that's the only way. I rewired this thing, and I got online, so my phone wasn't working. They didn't give me the. I had the access code, but I didn't have the. Conference identification number or something like that. But anyway, I need the, I don't know how you guys do the sign-in sheet. Mine, I usually get it, do an attendance thing on my conference calls. I need that one. And then I have the agenda, so I'll be fine. I don't need the minutes to the meeting, just the agenda and the sign-in sheet. Yeah. So I can process my claim. I've been letting it go for since 2 months is late. So when I go to the meetings, I'm not getting my my documents. I think Duran has my email. It's the same. It's TSEYINIITSO0042@yahoo.com. Did you get that?
Lucille, this is Duran. I don't have your email address.
Okay, I just, can you write it down?
You're going too fast.
Okay, let me see. TSEYI.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm trying to find your name. Okay. Can you say it slower?
Okay. T is in Tom. S is in Sam. E is in Edward. J is in, let me see. Y is in Yo-Yo. I is in Igloo. N is in Nancy. I is in Igloo. I is in Igloo. T is in Tom. S is in Sam. O in O. 0042@yahoo.com.
Hold on. I have T, hold on. I can't hear. It's TSEY. I don't know what that one is. I missed that letter. And then I have NLITSO.
I'll name out words. So T as in Tom. Thomas. Okay. S as in Sam. E as in Edward. Y as in Yo-Yo. I as in Igloo. N as in Nancy. I as in Igloo. I as in Igloo. T as in Thomas. S as in Sam. O as in Yo-Yo. O as in O. Just one O. Out of 0042@yahoo.com.
I didn't get all of it, but Daniel's right here, so I'll get it from him.
Okay, well, I hope he has it. Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.